Yesterday at Augusta National Golf Club, Phil Mickelson at the final hole for par. Will there be a roar awaiting him today at the 18th? Sharing the lead going into the final round with Chris DiMarco. And this image right here is from this morning, warming up about 3 hours ago here at Augusta. Is this the day he has longed for at the Masters? Since 1934, every accomplished player in golf has come to the Augusta National looking for an introduction into history.
Esquire, Gene Cyrus, Byron Nelson, Slamming Sammy Snead,
Jack Nicklaus,
Tiger Woods, not driving.
The Masters is the one tournament with a timeless quality, where legends are celebrated. None more so than Arnold Palmer, who took his final bow Friday. Ernie Els felt its majesty as a young boy, as did England's upstart Paul Casey. They'll be chasing two Americans, Chris DiMarco, hoping to taste what would be his sweetest victory. And Phil Mickelson, so close, so many times. Only to find second and solace in the comfort of friends and family. Today at 18, will the music be reserved for him at long last in the final round of the Masters?
From the Augusta National Golf Club in Augusta, Georgia, CBS Sports proudly presents The Masters.
Hello, friends. So good to have you with us. It has been a tournament replete with emotion as Arnie exited Friday after 50 years of tournament competition. And there is certain to be more today. After all, there always is on the final day here. And let's hope that weather doesn't spoil our planned finish. So far, the expected storms have failed to develop, and the gallery is poised for a Sunday to remember. You saw Phil Mickelson going through a warm-up this morning, went in and had lunch, and now he's back out there. Look at him circling the cup here. 3-footers. He's been so exact all week. And there's Chris DiMarco. Again, their final pairing going off at 2 o'clock Eastern time, some 30 minutes out. This is DiMarco yesterday at the 14th. Calibrating this exactly right, near perfection. Landing it on the top of the slope and setting up what at the time was a time birdie with Mickelson. That's how they finished through 54 holes. And there is Bernhard Langer, the European Ryder Cup captain and two-time winner here at Augusta. His highlight yesterday, well, right off the back of the 15th for Eagle. You bet he got it. Could there be a third green jacket for Bernhard? And there's Paul Casey, the 26-year-old from Surrey, England, playing in his first Masters. Boy, he's pretty comfortable this morning, isn't he? See too many jitters there. And then you got Ernie Els. He's been a contender here often, 3 times a major champion, twice at the U.S. Open, once at the British, and he would love to have another leg of the Grand Slam today here in Augusta. He's got his family over from South Africa. His father is out there in the gallery, will be today. And here's how they stand in the final round with the leaders about to go off. Mickelson and DiMarco, a 2 o'clock pairing, and then you see the others. Davis Love with a birdie today at the second, a par birdied beginning. Jakobsen is at 1 under and just starting his round. Singh at even. He too picking up an early stroke. Nick Price with an opening par. And there you see Tiger Woods at +3. No charge, the charge that many thought, you know, that miraculous round. Perhaps we would see Tiger come up with one of those incredible Sunday rounds to win a major championship. He wins his majors while being a front runner. But let's go out to the 7th. Peter Kostis is there.
The birdie at 7 for Tiger Woods. A rocky start. Alternating between birdies and bogeys, but that birdie gets him to +2. Tiger suffering a little bit, I think, health-wise. We had reports that he was ill.
Ernie Els has stepped to the first tee, stretching it out, about to begin his 4th round. And hello, friends. Jim Nance, happy holiday, and welcome to CBS Sports' 49th year of documenting this tradition unlike any other. We're here in famed Butler Cabin, where later today the green jacket will be awarded to the champion. Of course, I'm joined here by my partner, Lanny Wadkins. Big day straight ahead, Lanny, and what are you looking for here out of our leaders?
Well, Jim, with DeMarco and Mickelson 2 shots clear, one thing they cannot do is stand pat. They need to go forward. They cannot get caught up in playing each other. The golf course is set up today to yield excitement and birdies, and I think we're going to see lots of both.
Everybody wants to know what Phil Mickelson will do out here today. First time he's ever had the lead or a share of the lead going into the last round of the major, which is kind of hard to believe to begin with. He's been in contention so many times, but never in this position.
I think he's got a game plan. I think this golf course forces him to play conservative. He has to work the ball left to right, which is a fade for him. It's a control shot. He needs that on this golf course. He is still ranked well up there in driving distance, playing a controlled tee shot. So he's not giving up that much, but all of a sudden he's finding fairways and finding the game a lot more fun.
Chris DeMarco is a player he's very familiar with. They competed against one another often in college. DeMarco over at Florida, Mickelson at Arizona State. They played this year in the match play tournament at La Costa. Mickelson beat him 3-2. What do you think we'll see here out of DeMarco in this final pairing?
DeMarco's a solid performer. He is a tremendous ball striker, keeps the ball in play well off the tee, has a lot of length. The par 5s are reachable today. Chris hits the ball very high. I like that coming into these greens. If he's got the putter rolling, which he seems to right now, we're in for an exciting day.
Can't wait. All right, Lanny. Let's introduce everybody to the rest of our team here. Bobby Clampett is down there at the 12th. Peter Costas calls that 13th hole, the par 5, the beauty, Azalea. Bill McAtee at 14. David Faraday describes the action at the par 5, 15th. Bernd Lundquist at 16, and Peter Osterhaus is in the tower at 17. Dick Enberg will be along here shortly in Butler Cabin. Lanny and I will head out to the 18th tower, and let's take a look at these featured pairings in the final round. Kirk Triplett, he has once finished 6th in this tournament, playing with Jakobsen, who shot 67 yesterday. There's Ernie along with KJ Choi. And Paul Casey at 1:50 Eastern Time. Bernhard Langer is with him. And then you've got DeMarco and Mickelson. Phil without a bogey over his last 32 holes. We've got 18-hole coverage coming your way, and let's send it out to the 8th.
And the first and second round leader, Justin Rose, who had a disastrous 81 yesterday, young Englishman, 3rd shot at number 8. And this was earlier. Thank you very much. If you hit the right shot, this whole position will reward birdies and the occasional eagle. So a little different from yesterday when there were a host of bogeys on the first 9 for him. 2 bogeys, a birdie, and now an eagle for Justin. Well done. To the first tee.
This is some difficult test right at the beginning, the first hole at Augusta.
It really is, Jim. The bunker up the right side, huge and imposing, very much in play. The thing that really gets the players' attention, though, just slightly to the left, and you're in the trees.
Four, please. Ernie Els now driving.
He would love to think there's a 46 long in the clubhouse waiting for him about 4.5 hours out.
Looking anxiously up the right-hand side, he challenges that bunker, and now it's dead perfect. What an opening tee shot.
4, please. K.J. Choi now driving.
12th major for KJ. He lives at the Woodlands, north side of Houston. Trying to become the first Asian-born player to win the Masters on this side on Friday. He tied the all-time Augusta record with 36 under.
Looking anxiously up the left at that one.
Oh, a generous kick back into the fairway.
What a way to start your day. Good morning.
What makes this hole so difficult, Lanny? Olive, as they know it, tee olive.
The first thing right off the bat is the drive. Over 300 yards to carry the bunker on the right. Almost no one tries to do that. You do not want any part of the left trees, though. You'd actually rather play from the right bunker than the left trees. The thing that makes this hole so difficult, though, is the green. Probably one of the most severe greens on this golf course, and it's right off the bat, pin in the right front today, 16 back.
Let's head over to 4.
And Vijay Singh with a beautiful tee shot here at the long par 3. And a very rare birdie too. Vijay Singh now in red figures. Missed a very makeable putt at number 1, birdie number 2, and another birdie here at 4. He is off and running.
And there's Paul Casey on the practice putting green. I've got to ask Peter Costas, this is your student right here, and what is his mindset here today, Peter?
Well, I mean, he's looking forward to the challenge, Jim. He's not awed by the whole thing. He is trying hard to not try hard, which is the key in any tournament, but especially the Masters. And I think that club right there will be huge for him today. If he gets putting the ball well early in the round, he could make a statement.
All right, Peter, and we'll send it over to the second hole with Peter Osterhaus.
And Padraig Harrington, who barely made the cut. 74-74, followed it with a lovely 68 yesterday. Third shot, so not a great drive. We've seen so many players able to reach the screen in 2 today. Needs a little more help from the slope. He's going to have a sharp right to left putt, it appears, for birdie. A stalwart now of European Ryder Cup sides. Head to number 4.
Back on the tee, Freddie Couples. Even par. Flag right on the front edge, over the bunker. Oh, and another beautiful shot. Trickle back down the hill. That's just a peach. Should be able to handle that. Also sneak him into red figures. We'll go back to the first.
Nicholson and DeMarco again at 2 o'clock Eastern time, tee time. Second most difficult hole of the week is this opening hole. KJ Choi bangs it off the pine trees into the fairway.
156 to the flagstick, pin 16 on. Just need to get this on the same level as the hole. Come on down. He got just through it. Now he's left with a very difficult putt. Coming back down that slope and then back up to the hole with a lot of movement left to right. So not really a birdie try here, but one he should be able to handle for a 2-putt, Jim.
All right, now Ernie, who is well positioned here after, as you said, challenging the fairway bunker off the tee, and skirts that right in the middle. Good look at it right here.
128, that's only a wedge for Ernie, just pitching wedge. He should be able to fly this all the way to the cup. Unbelievable opening tee shot to get up there and make that kind of swing under this much pressure. Tugged on it just a little to the left. Probably the easiest putt he can have, though, if he's not really close to the cup. Putting back up the hill just a little bit.
Over to the 8th.
And Tiger Woods, 570-yard hole, 126 yards for his third shot, so in trouble off the tee, not able to challenge the green in 2 shots. Let's see if he can control his pitch as Justin Rose did. Rose from the fairway. And the slope against the player here. And another disappointing shot for Tiger. To number 7.
Sergio Garcia, his second shot from the fairway. No room to miss this left of the hole. That is well done. He is using the slope. Near perfection for Sergio Garcia. A lone bogey, the rest pars so far through 6 to 4.
And Davis Love the third. Birdied the second. Off to a good start. This would be to go 2 under par. Majors last year, 15th, missed the cut in the US Open, 4th in the British, missed the cut in the PGA Championship. And a really good chance here. Looked like he liked it. Stayed down and threw the putt. Just dribbled a little too far to the right. Love 1 under, 5 back. To the second.
And Padraig Harrington for a birdie. Average score for the first 17 groups, 4.5 strokes. 11 birdies, 3 eagles. So the 5, Harrington will know is he acknowledges some applause, but he knows it's not what he wanted. To the first.
KJ Choi, as you said, very slick.
Going down the hill and then back up the hill. Will move from his left to his right as it gets close. There it goes. He didn't put it up high enough.
Tying that front 9 record with 30, tying Johnny Miller back in 1975, and later Greg Norman shot 30 in the front.
Four, please. Paul Casey now driving.
His goal this year is to make the European Ryder Cup team, currently 10th. He's playing with his captain, what would be his captain.
Got to be some serious churning going on inside his stomach right now. And he's caught the bunker up the right-hand side. Tried to challenge down that right side of the fairway and just caught the bunker.
Four, please. We're on the hard long on that driving.
And with his fine showing here this week, just got asked repeatedly yesterday about would he play if he won this week? Would he be a playing captain this September when he takes on Hal Sutton, U.S. team at Oakland Hills? And he said, no matter how I perform on Sunday, I am not going to be a playing captain. Once I make up my mind, that's it.
It's too big a job these days, Jim, for someone to play and captain. He has successfully challenged that bunker, and seeing some newfound length by Bernhard here. That is large.
It's up there where we just saw Ernie.
That's where the youngsters hit it.
And speaking of one of the youngsters, L's for birdie. That one never a chance.
Never had that on the line. In fact, so far offline, you'd have to call it a misread.
He shot 60 earlier this year at the tournament over in Australia on a Alistair McKenzie design course, the composite course at Royal Melbourne. Of course, McKenzie designing this along with Bobby Jones here at Augusta. Let's go to 4.
And this was earlier. Freddie Couples cleaning up. A nice 2. And he joins his good friend Davis Love at -1. To the 7th.
And Sergio to get one back. A double bogey at the par 3 6th, and followed by a birdie at 7. So Sergio 1 over for his round so far today to 8.
Tiger Woods, we saw the third shot come up short. Chip to here, makes a par. He's played this hole 6-5-5-5. The 6 a part of his opening 9 holes of 40 on Thursday. A hole that he would be expecting some birdies, so not good for Tiger, and we'll find the co-leader, Mickelson. And Lanny, he's working very hard. 4 hours ahead of his tee time yesterday, almost the same today.
Phil Mickelson spending a lot of time getting prepared for this round, Peter, and you know, more so than most players. Most players like to get to the golf course an hour and a half before their tee time, have a regular routine. Phil has been out here for a long time trying to get ready.
But this has been his routine this week, and this coming extremely early, and it's almost unheard of, isn't it?
It really is. I mean, you know, usually you try not to change something for a major. You try and do what you do every single week. Keep the routine the same. And Phil just likes the extra work. Maybe he gets out here and gets really focused. He has worked extremely hard on several areas of his game this week out here.
Changed shirts from earlier this morning when he first came here, worked out. Again, this is the same routine that's worked for him all week. And we talked to him just a few moments ago about this day.
For me, the big thing is to keep driving the ball well and have good distance control with my irons. I feel like I'm putting well too. So you have to have a real complete game here on Sunday, because the pin placements are tough and the penalty for a mishit shot is magnified even more so.
Well, his strategy has worked to perfection so far on Friday. At that time, of course, not leading the tournament, but saying that he really wanted to try to make that move on Saturday so that he wasn't coming into a final round playing from behind. He's finished 3rd here the last 3 years, trying to catch up. Last year, a superb 68, but not able to make up all the ground. He, too, was surprised to learn that he had never led going into the last round of a major. He's been so close so many times, but never in this position. And here's Chris DeMarco arriving at the first tee. Phil Harrison greeting him, giving him Phil's card. And now we go out to Paul Casey.
The one thing he's facing here is he is well into the bunker, so he must play a shot that gets over the lip. Fortunately for him, he only has 131 yards, and so for Paul Casey, this is probably just a firm pitching wedge. Main thing here is to strike it solid. Oh, I would say he did. Oh, wow.
Look at that. What a wonderful shot.
Well, that's the difference here, Jim. If you put it in that right-hand bunker, you can play. Look at this, Jim. First top. Only misses by 6 or 8 inches.
Well, think about his last hole yesterday. At 18, he had a fairway bunker, hit a spectacular second shot to close out the round on Saturday. His first Masters appearance, trying to do what hasn't been done here since Fuzzy Zoeller back in '79. Win the green jacket in your first attempt with Bernhard Langer.
124 to the flagstick from the center of the fairway. Get up, stay there.
I'm afraid it's on the other side of that bowl, and there she goes.
That may have a ways to go yet.
How much will his seasoning, his success here factor in today for him, do you think?
Considerably, plus his newfound length helps him on the par fives, but Bernhard is a very patient man. That shot right there, for example, will not bother him as much as it would some players.
Phil Mickelson with a greeting to DeMarco. The caddies exchange a hello, and they're about to begin. And there is some record here at Augusta that is ongoing now. 13 years. The winner has come out of the final pairing. 13 years in a row. Let's go to the second.
Kirk triplet. Third shot at the par 5.
Come down. Come down.
Keep coming a little bit. Drove into the big bunker to the right of the fairway off the tee. And this is a hole he made 8 here on Thursday. A triple bogey. He bogeyed the next hole 4 over par after 3 holes. Managed to make 5 birdies the rest of the way and shoot 71. But to have an 8 and still be in this position, remarkable. We'll go back to the first tee.
Chris DeMarco, just like so many of the players, such strong feelings for Augusta. Here's what he had to say earlier today.
When you step up on a tee and you feel comfortable on it, it makes the tee ball just that much easier. It's one of those courses that does it for me. You know, we get our courses that we like all year, and we're kind of creatures of habit out here, and we like to play the same courses. And this is obviously my favorite course of the year. Nobody takes care of us like they do here, and the fans are the best here. And again, this is the pinnacle, the Masters.
Well, it was love at first sight for him back in 2001. His first round ever in competition at Augusta, he shot 65, which is just one off the all-time record for someone in a first round at Augusta. Lloyd Mangrum back in 1940. Mike Donald in 1992 shot 64 in their first ever round of competition here. DeMarco went on to finish 10th back in 01, and let's send it over to the 5th with Davis Love now 1 under.
Flagstick in the back center of this green. Davis should be able to take a run at it. A lot of green to work with back there. Oh, challenged it too much from 184. Now he's faced with a shot, no green to work with. Par will be one heck of a score here. He knows that's a mistake.
We're going down to the first tee, and DeMarco is up first.
Chris, we're ready. Good luck to you. 4, please. Chris DeMarco now driving.
Chris has moved into the upper echelon of American golfers here in the last several years. Played his first international competition just last fall at the President's Cup at the links course at Fancourt in George, South Africa. Wayward right off the bat.
And in the right bunker. Not far from where Paul Casey was.
4, please. Phil Mickelson now driving.
You'd like to remove his name from this list today.
Has 8 top 3 finishes in majors. He'd like his 9th to be a number 1. anxiously to the left.
Oh, hey, fortuitous bounce there. He'll stay on the pine straw, but he has a swing.
Still going to have to play some kind of shot, though. A little punch, low cut, possibly.
But how close was that to being stymied?
That was close to being not the start either one of these gentlemen wanted, and it still isn't. They both like to have been in the fairway, and we might be seeing little nerves, little first tee jitters here, leading a major for the first time for both these gentlemen going into the final round.
It is a considerable break right off the bat for Mickelson, who had one also on Friday. The 13th hole, when he missed the green, looked like it was going to end up in that tributary of Rays Creek and stayed on the slope. Right here, just hits it square and bounces back and in play.
And up to the right, there was still a limb overhanging, so he's going to have to either judge his trajectory or curve it around there, try and use the slope of the green to put it up in the center.
Earlier, Paul Casey, after that magnificent shot from the bunker, this for birdie.
And as Peter Costa said, if this club behaves for him today, he could be a factor, and that's not what you'd like to do. Has to be a lot of nerves going on in this young man's body right now.
Also earlier, Bernhard Langer, remember his ball rolling off the front here.
Very difficult chip, but Bernhard Langer has always been one of the best chippers we've ever seen.
You're not kidding.
And there you go.
Birdie for Bernhard from off the green to one. What a huge start for Bernhard Langer.
You have to wonder if that may have affected Casey a little bit, looking at something like that and, you know, trying to keep pace.
I'm thinking back to the last time he won the green jacket here in 1993. He had a chip-in birdie at the 11th that helped him win his second green jacket. Now he joins Casey 2 off the lead with 9 players. Make that 10 players now in red figures.
Masterful performances. 1985, a baby-faced 27-year-old from Mannhausen, Germany, Bernhard Langer, took the Masters by storm, capturing his first green jacket. And royal congratulations from 2-time Masters champion Seve Ballesteros. 8 years later, Langer, again with the right stuff, would become a 2-time champion of the Masters himself, defeating Chip Beck by 4 strokes. The second green jacket presented by Fred Couples.
They've moved to the second hole, 575. The tee's well forwards. That's probably 20 yards up, which means perhaps the bunker in range for Bernhard. Well, misses the sand. And if he has a clear line, he might still have a chance to reach the putting surface in 2. Very tempting just to launch it off that tee. Back to the first.
DeMarco out of that bunker that Casey was able to conquer earlier.
And he's far enough back, he really doesn't have a problem with the lip here. He's 145, so he could take as much club as a 6 or 7 and not have to worry about it. Probably playing 9-iron, though. It's found the left front bunker. Plenty of green to work with, and the slope will be in his favor, so shouldn't be that difficult to bunker shot from there.
Over to 2.
Ernie Els. So play a beautiful bunker shot at 17 yesterday to save a par. From the front, left corner. And we'll gather from the back of the bunker, and a very makeable putt for a birdie. After the third round of major wins, Ernie twice leading. 1997 US Open, finished second. Back to the first.
Through 3 rounds, Phil Mickelson has hit 41 greens in regulation. That's best for all of those on the first page of the leaderboard. 2 bogeys and a double, however, without a mark against him for 32 holes. And again, there was the threat of rain, threat of thunderstorms. They moved up the tee times some 1 hour. And what do we see here for Phil?
He's on the pine straw. He's looking at 127 yards. It just depends on what he's got to look through the trees right here. He's got one limb that really gets his attention. Probably going to play a little 3/4 shot underneath that overhanging limb. Would like to land it around the front edge of the green and skip it back into the center. Don't want to try and get too greedy here.
How about this as a little symbolism? Playing on the adjacent fairway right now is Tiger Woods, passing each other at this point at the beginning of the 4th round. This one skirts the bunker. What a recovery. Will it stay on the bowl?
It should catch that slope and actually work its way back down a little closer here. There it comes. That's well done. Very smart play by Phil Mickelson. One place he really did not want to miss that shot was to the right. Probably playing this with about a 7-iron, just a little pitch or punch, 100, maybe even an 8-iron from 127 yards. Had to be sure he made good contact with that ball sitting on the pine straw.
And we talked about Tiger at 9, and this for birdie.
And has missed a lot of those putts this week.
He came out today under the weather, all the reports we had, and was very sick early in the round, and that shirt was absolutely soaking through the first 3 holes, breaking the fever. He has this putt coming back for a par. Current position for Tiger, tied for 18th. Let's go to the 2nd.
Ernie for a birdie. And I misread that graphic just now. Ernie's 3 major wins, twice he was leading. Only in 1997 at Congressional outside Washington was he lying in 2nd place. 3 major wins for Ernie. Good birdie there to the 5th.
At the 5th, Davis Love, you saw him over the green, and really no room to work with. This for par. And he returns the birdie he had made at the 2nd. Over at the first hole, awkward stance here for DeMarco. Look at him.
Must have caught a terrible line. The bunker right up against the back slope. Very smart play here, using the slopes of the green, trying to get it back as close as possible. Much more difficult shot than we anticipated. That's well done by Chris, just getting it up there where he's got a chance.
Chris was born out on Huntington, Long Island. His family moved to the state of Florida when he was 7 years old. And all the DeMarco family now residents there in the Orlando area. His parents, in fact, live in the same subdivision. Over to the 3rd hole.
And Triplett coming down the slope for birdie. And when you look at the 3rd hole at only 350 yards today, it has been the most difficult green to find in regulation. Hole cut today in the very front left portion to 2.
Paul Casey, 20 years younger than Bernhard Langer, 26-year-old Englishman. 264 yards to go. Plenty of power. He is a very powerful hitter. But now it will test his touch. Flag high left. Confident young man. Exceptional amateur career at Arizona State. This was earlier. Bernhard, 275 yards for him, but all downhill. Got a 90-foot drop from tee to green at number 2, so it doesn't play its yardage. tricky spot where we saw Mark O'Meara a little while ago. One skip forwards. That ball could have finished in that back right portion. Back to the first green.
And it is still DeMarco's turn. He'll putt for par before Mickelson will make a birdie run. We could see a significant swing here right at the beginning.
Well, two things here. Obviously, he knows that Phil is close. He does not want to give up 2 shots on the first hole. What a confidence booster this putt would be.
That's exactly what he's done. How about that, bunker to bunker, particularly given the lie with the green side bunker, and walks away with 4.
Really never hit what he'd call a good shot, and then to save 4 has to feel like he stole one there.
Again, the tournament champion has come out of the final pairing 13 consecutive years. Last guy not to do so, Nick Faldo, 1990, when he won here in a playoff over Ray Floyd. There have been 2 birdies today at the first hole, Eduardo Romero, and then the chip-in you saw in the pairing ahead by Bernhard Langer. Mickelson for the lead, outright.
This putt's going to move from his left to his right. He can give this a run. Pretty good effort. Nice effort by Phil. Good break off the tee. After the nice second shot, he would like to have had 3, but he's still in good shape. Nice start. He feels like he let one get away there.
Over to 3.
And Triplett, who was just ecstatic yesterday after a great par save at 18. Feeling so good about his game, but 3 putts here at 3. In fact, no player in the field through 3 rounds has been able to complete 54 holes without a 3-putt. I think that's a lot due to the speed of the greens. This year, they're as fast as they've ever been. Let's go to 2.
We're looking at the par 5, second. 575 yards, pink dogwood. 575, but 90 feet downhill, monster bunker on the right, over 300 yards to reach that when the tees are all the way back. If the players can skirt the bunker, then it's downhill in the landing area. They can gain some yardage there, but the very narrow opening. If they're playing the long iron or the metal wood, might have to squeeze it between these huge bunkers. Pin way back right today. Back on the tee, Chris DeMarco. A distinctive routine, twice a rehearsal of the first part of the backswing. And a softer bounce than some, but he'll have a chance to reach the putting surface in 2. Now Phil Mickelson, who's been comfortable playing a fade, prepared to give up a little more yardage, swinging certainly under more control this season. Career scoring on the par 5s. 32 under on the first 9, and a good deal more under on the shorter par 5s on the second 9. No water in play on number 2 and number 8, but the danger of water on the second 9. No instant applause, as if it started at the bunker, fading a little bit. And not getting the roll that many players have received. Up ahead on the green, Paul Casey. Required a delicate touch. He has power off the tee. Augusta National requires every shot. Power is always an advantage. It shorter runs into the difficult greens, but you have to have a touch around the greens. And earlier, Langer showed his touch at the first hole. Let's see what he can do at number 2. Playing to the edge of the ridge. Let the contour do the rest. Beautiful. Giving up considerable yardage advantage to Casey, but this time short game paying off to number 3.
And the third hole, Ernie Els has attempted with the driver here, and Lanny, the tee is not placed forward. On Friday, the officials actually, for the first time in Masters history, moved the tee up and the pin back, trying to tempt the players to go for this green, and Els is going to pay the price. 350-yard third. And it's the kind of shot you can sit there all day. It's a great strategic par 4. Short hole, the third. Let's go to 2.
And Paul Casey's 4th shot. And only one bogey at this second hole. Frederick Jakobsen made a 6 a couple of groups ago, and an opportunity with his power, an opportunity wasted. He knows it. So 2 pars, he could easily have had birdie. Back to the third.
Els now playing his third. In fact, when they moved the tee up on Friday, 70% of the field went at it with a driver. No one was able to find the green. 6 thwarted with the green. And of course, last year Tiger was attempted the green off the tee and made double bogey. So Els will have some 17 feet remaining for par. And Lanny, I just don't like the play of driver off the tee on 3 today.
I don't either, Bobby. It's awfully difficult, especially with that pin in the left side.
At number 2, Bernhard Langer, birdie start for the 46-year-old, twice a champion here. Missed the cut last year. He hadn't missed a cut in 20 starts, missed the cut last year, and now back in business. 1 off the lead. And watching action on the green, Mickelson, caddy Jim Mackay, at the top of the hill. You get a sense of how much of a drop there is from the landing area for tee shots down to the green. Just reviewing that first 5 players covered by 2 strokes. Marco just a couple of yards further away. 271 yards. That's to the hole. Just under 250 to the front of the green. Sometimes it's that exaggerated lean. The ball might not be more than a couple of yards offline. I think that's the case. Just catching the sand. Plenty of power carrying it comfortably 250 downhill. Now Phil played a miraculous shot here in the last round last year. Made a birdie. It was a driver out of the trees and a huge putt. So good memories of number 2 for Phil. Taking a little extra time, just picturing the shot. Just part of the routine. Decide exactly what you're trying to do. Nice smooth swing. Wow. 269 yards to the cup. This is going to challenge the Mickelson short game we saw. Casey have trouble coming across the green. After the 3rd round in the Masters, Phil Mickelson has been lying second, 3rd, and 3rd after 3 rounds. No wins, couple of 3rd place finishes. 3rd place the last 3 years. 4 3rd place finishes overall for Phil at Augusta National. Back to the 3rd.
Els up the slope for par. You're almost asking to make bogey if you select driver today, in my opinion, on number 3. I would be very surprised were any other player remaining in the final pairings to hit driver here. So Els will suffer a bogey after the birdie at second. He's even par through 3. Mickelson and DeMarco have parred the first hole, but it's Bernhard Langer who's making the big move. Birdie start for the 2-time champion.
We are back at the second, and Mickelson missing this green wide left, Lanny, but that's the side you want to miss it on today.
It sure is, Jim. He has lots of room to work. All he has to do, doesn't sound like much, but he's got to judge the speed coming downhill on extremely fast greens and a lot of slope.
I wonder, Peter Osterhaus, as he steps it off, if it's creeped into his mind that that amazing putt you mentioned just a short while ago from 100 feet last year.
I would think that if he does not make a birdie here today, having hit a perfect tee shot, driver for a 3rd shot out of the trees last year, he'll be pretty disappointed. His par 5 play hasn't been particularly good this week. 1 under for the 2nd hole, 1 under at the 8th and the 13th, 3 pars at number 15. So only 3 under par. The 12 par 5s played. Not good for a player with his power. And we've seen players have trouble judging the distance with putts. Look at the loft he's putting on this club. He's on a lofted sand wedge with little bounce. He was trying to hit the ultimate soft landing play. Didn't work out. And we'll have a look at Phil Mickelson, 4th round, 2003. After the driver from the pine straw out of the trees, this was his 4th shot. Look how similar the whole position is today to 2003. What a birdie this was. Wow. Went on to a 3rd place finish. But after that, probably felt anything was possible. This week, no eagles. Head to number 3.
After the layup, Langer's second. A little wider target area to the right of the hole. That's where most players will be going. Langer trying to take it in from right to left and spin it down the slope. Back to 2.
And this was earlier. Chris DeMarco with a wide open stance. Open face, trying to put maximum loft on the sand wedge. Patrons enjoyed it, but I think DeMarco would have hoped for something a little closer. Now we're live with Phil for a birdie. There are different ways to make a 4. Moves to 7 under par. Of course, DeMarco a putt to tie him at that number. Thank you very much. Out of position, didn't play a particularly good pitch. But holds it from the fringe. Again to the 3rd.
And Paul Casey was ready to play, but he heard the roar back at number 2 for Mickelson's birdie. Good break for Casey. 107 yards, sand wedge. Well done. The more spin you can put on your second shot, the better. At number 3. However, if you choose to flirt with the bunkers, the fairway width is only 22 yards wide. That's why a number of players laying back to 2.
Chris DeMarco. Very efficient putting this week. Not a single 3 putt, which is always an achievement on these lightning fast greens. Good rhythm, never a doubt, and always the competitor. reacts to Phil's birdie. Well played, guys. Might get a bit more serious on the second 9. And stroll back to the third tee.
And let's take a look at Flowering Peach, the third, the 350-yard straightaway par 4. Grouping of fairway bunkers down the left-hand side. Players can choose a 3-iron or such to lay back of the bunkers, or a fairway metal to take it to the bunkers, or in Els's case, a driver. But the elevated green is like a tabletop, and the hole location far to the left today. It's been the 5th easiest hole this week, but today it's playing much more difficult with the hole location in its traditional Sunday over on the far left. And Lanny, certainly the momentum in the final group today. 2 well-played holes opening the final round.
They both played very well, Bobby, and I think they do realize they need to go forward, and that's what they're doing. Good starts.
Let's go to 4.
From behind the green, KJ Choi. Now it's fast. Oh! Well, he won't be too upset that that didn't go in. Just rattles the flagstick. That might have gone 20, 30 feet by. Back on the third tee.
And DeMarco's going to challenge the fairway bunkers. Strategy there to get the sand wedge in. Put more spin on it with the sand wedge. But that's the danger. Now he's got a little tree trouble. The angle will be fine from there. Meanwhile, up at the green, Langer to make it 3 straight. Oh, so icy. And a smart move here for Phil Mickelson, Lanny.
No question. Phil is just playing so much more intelligent golf lately. He says that driving into fairways, making his decisions easier. He's making better decisions off the tee, and that's why he's putting them in the fairway more often.
It's a combination of the two. In fact, he's tied for 9th going into the final round in driving accuracy, and rarely do you see Phil Mickelson in the top 10 in that category. And Paul Casey up at the green for his birdie. And his teacher and our own Peter Costas said it would be the putter. In the first few holes, it would be the telling story for Paul Casey today, and by his standards, 3 poor putts to open the round. To number 4.
And from over on the other side of the green, Ernie Els. Hello. Oh! Boy, those were 2 pretty good-looking efforts from Choi and Els. Rattled the flagstick, grazed the edge. Back to 3.
Casey taking no time. Solid stroke there from 2.5 feet. It's a par 4. Young man won 2 events in Europe last year. The game continues to improve. KJ Choi did make par at the par 3 4th. Paul Casey played with Mark O'Meara yesterday, and Mark was very impressed. He said he only missed 1 shot, and that was a tee shot at number 2. And when I've known Bernhard Langer for a long time, and when I think of Bernhard Langer, I think of a person who is as stable and in control in pressure situations as anyone I've ever known. Solid stroke, par 4 for Bernhard Langer. seen very few bogeys from players laying up at number 3. And Mickelson getting ready to play his second shot, but here's his golf swing. Peter Kostis.
Big change Phil has made. He gets off his left side much better, and he gets hitting down on the golf ball. His swing is fractionally shorter, but he really gets trapping the golf ball much better, actually trying to hit down on it with his driver as well. Now with Chris DeMarco, he has a golf swing that he just doesn't want the ball to go left. Watch his follow through. You're going to see the left arm, the left elbow coming up rather high. That is an anti-left swing, and one of the reasons why the ball went to the right there.
Good point. That's been the history of Chris DeMarco. When he gets in pressure situations, at times he tends to lose the ball to the left. Now Mickelson. Should be just a soft pitching wedge. It's a mental mistake there. He has been really working hard on controlling his wedge distance. And that third is going to be a difficult one. He's got a ridge to contend with between him and the hole. Come up the slope. It'll be a difficult up and in. Now DeMarco. Very difficult coming out of the second cut. Won't be able to spin it. Look for this to go right. That's a good play. The right line. Stay up. Inches away from brilliance. Now he'll really be faced with the tougher up and down. Let's go to 4.
207 yards down the hill. Langer teeing up right in the left corner. You can see that was a don't go left swing too. Hold that club face square through the shot. His left elbow popping up, and he pulled it. He'll be very fast, very left to right. Not where he wanted to be. He was trying to hit a cut there, just pulled it. Crabapple from above. Tee back in the shadows. 207 yards. The flag today just cut right over the center bunker there. 3 yards on the edge of the green. The whole green slopes from right to left. High in the back, low in the front. Very, very slopey and very, very fast. Now Casey. The 6-iron. That one maybe a little left also. He's leaning. Slow down. Well, there'll be a couple of interesting explorations from there. Trying to get that one down somewhere near the hole. 4 over on the 3s, 4 under on the 4s and the 5s this week, Paul Casey. To 3.
Interesting play by DeMarco. You have to really hit this putter. It's pretty good speed. All in all, pretty good from there. Going to make a half backswing with the putter to get it up the slope. Most players selecting lob wedge from that position. It's one of the great things about Augusta National, Lanny Wadkins, is the imagination you must have around the greens. There's oftentimes 3 or 4 different ways to play a shot.
That's exactly the truth, Bobby. And right here, Phil has this on the downslope. I would think he's going to take something, put it back in his stance, try and drive it into that little slope just short of the putting surface, hope that it hops up and stops close.
And that compounds the difficulty. Actually, he's got the putter in hand. I like this play.
This becomes almost as much of a guess, Bobby, because he's got to judge the green going back up that slope at the green.
It actually went to the left just before it went to the green. Well judged with the speed. Mickelson showed me a lot last year. In the final round, they moved the tee up. A lot of players were going at the green, but he selected a 4-iron. Let's go to 8.
Vijay Singh 6 shots behind former champion. He's pinned high at the 8th. And that's a remarkable shot. The most lofted sand wedge just struck perfectly. Fantastic stroke to the third.
Final pairing, both players struggling for par here at the third. The second shot's so difficult. Mickelson taking dead aim. DeMarco coming out of the right rough. Nearly straight up the hill here for DeMarco for par. Pushed it. After two wonderful strokes on the opening holes, DeMarco will suffer his first miscue of the round, a bogey at the third. And for the moment, trailing leader Mickelson, who at 10:30 this morning was out on the practice putting green, practicing those very putts. Let's go to 4.
Casey launching it out way left of the hole. And the minute it starts to peel off that slope, just gather speed. That's a very good effort from there. Back on the third green.
Mickelson for par. That putt was more difficult than it looked. Straight down the slope. Trying to keep the ball tracking on line. So both players will bogey the third. Nothing wrong apparently by eye of the stroke. Just an inch out of the center. But the patrons still appreciate their fine play. And certainly Mickelson, the sentimental favorite at this point, Laney.
No question, Bobby. He really enjoys the competition. He gives everybody that Arnold Palmer smile, grin, no matter what the situation. A lot of people pulling for Phil to win his first major.
Well, up on the fourth green, just off the back, in fact. Langer now coming off a considerable amount of fringe. Which will complicate this one further. Well, not bad. Not bad. You certainly don't want to underhit that one. It'll really break away on you. Up at the 8th.
Vijay Singh to convert that fantastic chip into a birdie. 2 under. Now 4 off the lead after the Mickelson DeMarco bogeys. To the 5th.
KJ Choi.
Laying back short of the fairway bunkers on the left. Pin in the back center of the green. Well done. Stop.
Yeah. You'll love that.
Anytime you're up on the high part of that green, it's a it's the most satisfying shot, Jim.
Back over to 4.
And the leaders are watching this up on the tee. The bird's eye view of what's going on in front. Down the hill where Langer has not lost his turn. He'll have it from 7 or 8 feet back up the hill, right to left. Players can't see the bottom of the flagstick from there. Outside the right, how much depends on how hard you feel like hitting it. How brave are you today? A little more required there, a little higher or a little harder. So So 3 putts from off the back edge. A disappointing bogey, but Langer still only 2 back. A lot of golf we played here today. And that was a little different from his first 2 holes. Here at the first, just short of the green. Struck the chip beautifully, hung it out to the right. Never anywhere else. What a way to start. The European Ryder Cup captain throws his hat into the game. In the second hole, just short of the green, another magnificent chip. He went on and made birdie from there. No, Paul Casey. Nice. Showing a lot of composure. That was earlier. A young man who makes his home in Brighton and in Scottsdale. And on the tee, DeMarco with a 5-iron. Plenty of club. A little fidget before he takes it away, and that lean to the right follow through, the high left elbow, reminiscent of Palmer. We're going to see a lot of players over there on the right, on the left, rather. Miss this flag to the right is just awful. Chance from there, but that'll be a huge left or right swinger. And getting huger by the moment. There you go. Another green in regulation, but it won't cheer him up much, that one. The 5th.
And Choi with his whole high attempt for birdie. And burns the edge. Teases him a bit. Just as he started, 3 off the pace. Mickelson and DeMarco. To 4.
And Mickelson ready to go with 6-iron. Something high, something straight, something soft. That's what we need. Oh, that looked like a good swing. Oh, right at the flagstick, just a half an inch short. That will more than likely have hit right in the face of the bunker. He's had problems in the par 3s, +2, 4 under for the 4s and the 5s. And he'll be hoping he has a lie on the upslope there and a clean one. Ahead of the 5th.
Ernie. Out of the bunker, and this for par. Well, he added the 4 under after birdieing the second hole, but gave one back at the 3rd and another one here. 4 off the lead. Well, this was just a moment ago. One of the amateurs, one of the 2 amateurs to make the cut, Brandt Snedeker. At the 18th. Vanderbilt young man. Winner of the United States Amateur Public Links, defeating Dayton Rose in the finals. It's fine showing. Look at 19-year-old Casey Wittenberg. Fine showing for the Oklahoma State freshman. Let's go over to the 12th.
Tiger. Ouch, that got steep. That's a 9-iron from 156 at the par 3. Never had a chance. Really went down after that one. Tiger normally maintains his levels so much better than that. Mickelson and DeMarco even par on their rounds today, still tied atop the leaderboard. Bernhard Langer and Paul Casey. 2 back. 92 champion Fred Couples at even par. And Tiger Woods 1 under for his round through 11, but in trouble at the 12th.
Well, there's the yawning cavern in front of the 4th green. Mickelson just walking up onto the upslope a little bit there. That'll help him pop the ball up, land it on the front of the green hopefully, and let it run out. But he does not want to leave himself a downhill left or righter here if it's at all possible. Just trying to pick out the spot he wants to land the ball. And you see it's run up there and it's backed up down the hill a little. Little sand just backed up in front of it. And help him to get some spin on it. Well, come on, come on. He threw it all the way there on purpose. And there's the imagination. As we mentioned earlier, there's more than one way to play these shots. And that was a dangerous one. He put it too far up that slope. The ball could have gone anywhere. Very nice. So, the ball now in his fellow competitor's court, tied at 6 under par. DeMarco now with a very, very difficult 2-putt. Keep on going. That one going backwards toward him right at the finish there. Easy to make a big mistake here. Bad contact. A little contact with the ground just before the ball. Anything can happen. This is the 5th.
And Bernhard's second shot.
Wonderful drive right in the middle of the fairway. Great look at this flag stick in the back. 171 to the hole. That's a big drive for Bernhard. Only 171 left here. He's got some new length, Jimmy.
He's popping it out there today. You saw it at 1, see it at 5.
He's not a youngster anymore.
Here's the youngster, Casey, from that left side.
And he can move it. Second cut, 165. Even though it's in the second cut, he's got plenty of room over the false front to the flagstick. If he can just land it 5 yards over the false front, shouldn't be a problem.
Wind catch. I can feel it.
So the wind's catching it. I could feel it.
Yeah, now he's got a lot of work left. This is a very, very difficult putt.
He's 26. Langer is 46. And they share 3rd at the moment as we go back to the 4th.
DeMarco for par. The putter might have got caught on the way back there. Didn't look like the smoothest of takeaways, and that'll be a drop shot. 4th problem today, as it usually is. Often plays the toughest of the par 3s here at the Augusta National. So Mickelson in the lead on his own. Not the way you want to start here for DeMarco. Birdie at the 2nd, but then a couple of bogeys. And this to stay in the lead by 1. Back to his old blade putter. He has looked very comfortable. Very, very comfortable indeed all week. Can he stay comfortable through the first 9 here and into the second 9 on Sunday? the most uncomfortable place in golf. Well, they traded punches on the first couple of holes here. This is the second. Mickelson. Thank you very much. And now DeMarco. I'll have one too. And on the third hole, these were par putts. Chris not getting that one there. And Mickelson missing the short one down the hill. But Mickelson in the lead by himself now after the bogey by DeMarco on the 5th tee.
Well, trying that left side. Mickelson, 5 always a challenge for everyone in the field.
Very tight driving hole here. Just get it on the short grass.
And that's accomplished.
That looked like 3-wood, Jim, just to get it in the fairway. That really takes those left bunkers out of play.
Here's Magnolia, the 5th hole, Lanny.
One of the hardest holes on this golf course. 2 cavernous bunkers up the left-hand side. You have to avoid those. Cannot reach the green from there. New trees up the right-hand side a couple of years ago. Once you're in the fairway, one of the most difficult greens you'll ever see. Huge false front. Just get it on the center of the green in the plateau. And Paul Casey is putting from well down below that false front, some 60 feet up and over and then back up with about 6 or 8 feet break to the left. And boy, is that well judged. What a putt by Paul Casey. Looks like he's been here more than once.
Overall, Peter Kostis, is he a good putter?
Yeah, he is. He has difficulty sometimes reading greens. And what I've seen so far today, I don't think the stroke has been a problem at all. I think he was not committed to his line on the 3rd hole, and he misread the putt at 1.
Back on the tee, DeMarco. Back-to-back bogeys.
And looks like he's going with driver. He's challenging this hole. And he's begging early. That's called the second cut, and it may not look too tough right here, but let me tell you, that ball is about 2 feet above his feet, and that's going to be a very difficult shot.
If you're looking for somebody to make a Sunday move, perhaps it's this guy right here. Vijay Singh at the 9th for birdie. Already 3 under on his round, and that's 32. Going out.
A lot of places you could sneak in and they would notice you, but they'll notice you here.
It's only 3 off the lead. Let's go back over to 12.
Where earlier, Tiger Woods, you recall, 9-iron in the Rays Creek, and this for bogey. So Tiger will suffer a double bogey, 5 to 5.
Longer over that ridge at the start, and he'll settle for a 2-putt par.
4 is never a bad score here, Jim. When you're standing on this tee, you'll take 4 and walk right to the 6th tee in a heartbeat.
First year here back in '82, he missed the cut and then made the cut. 19 straight Masters before a miss last year. And now back in contention. Casey also. That is a stellar 2-putt effort by Casey. Over to 6.
And this is KJ Choi for birdie, 33-year-old. And at the age of 33 in his 2nd Masters. Well, he'll remain at 3 under as he began the day. 3 back of the lead. Had that Jim Nantz mentioned as we came on the air, that incredible round on Friday with a 30 on the front 9. But disappointing 40 on the 2nd. Lowest first 9 scores. He equaled the effort of Johnny Miller and Greg Norman. KJ Choi, resident of the Woodlands in the Houston area, and that's a 3. Even par today.
It's DeMarco's turn.
And DeMarco's got this ball well above his feet. Has to be careful he doesn't tug this to the left in that bunker where Phil is. If he were to miss this, he'd like to miss it right. But still has plenty of green to work with if he can just carry it over the false front.
Great swing there.
And unlucky, hits right into the face of that slope.
Hits right into that crown, goes back down the right-hand side, and the further up the right it gets, the tougher his putt becomes because it will swing much more from right to left. As far right as his ball got, he could have a 8-10 foot break.
Over to 6.
At the tee shot of Paul Casey. Hole played 193 today. And that one is long over the green. So a difficult chip coming back for Casey. This par 3. 50 years ago tomorrow. That was a moment ago. Here's Bernhard Langer. 7-iron. On April 12th of 54, one of the great efforts by an amateur here, Billy Joe Patton, aced this hole. And the only player to win in 3 decades, Jack Nicklaus, in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Should he win today, Bernhard Langer would do so at the age of 46 years, 7 months, and 14 days. That would make him the second oldest champion. It's called Juniper. Back in 1959, there was a pond in front of this green. There's a 30-foot drop from tee to green. And the hole today is cut in its traditional Sunday placement, the back right quadrant up on a plateau. There you see it. 2 birdies today, Tiger Woods and Stuart Sink. We've had 10 bogeys and 2 others. And let's go to 10.
VJ 4 under for the round.
Perfectly positioned off the tee. The flagstick 23 deep, right in the center of the green. That's in the bunker. Gonna be a tough little bunker shot there, but he does have enough green to work with.
I'm talking about tough bunker shots right here. Mickelson at the 5th.
It is on the upslope, so he may be able to get it up high and soft and just get it to land very dead. And he left it right in the bunker. He just tried to get too cute. Tried to really spin it. I mean, that ball never even got in the air. As my son would say, that's a duff.
Well, he's not going to take much time with this one.
Got to settle down, not lose control right here. This is huge, and he just barely got that out. He had enough green to work with, Jim, and that one got close. That tells you the other shot may not have been as hard as we thought, and he just hit a very, very poor shot. What are you going to say? I mean, it's just bad. It just doesn't even get in the air. It goes about 3 feet.
That wasn't even close.
It wasn't. I mean, it just shows you this game's tough. The pressure's getting to him a little bit maybe, and the best players in the world are going to make mistakes. And that's a glaring mistake right there. He might have tried to get too cute with a shot that just didn't require it.
Well, he's going to drop at least 1 here. And that's why Vijay Singh goes out and lights up that first 9, is right back in this tournament. DeMarco.
Now, this is a tough putt. Look where he's aiming. Well out to the right. Almost going to miss the green with his putt. This is aimed some 20 feet to the right of the cup. And it wasn't enough. Wow. Still a heck of an effort from there. Paul Casey's was much easier because he was down towards the front center of the green. Didn't quite have to borrow as much as Chris did. Chris will want to take a break on that one and just, you know, sigh and say, I'm glad that one's over with.
Over to 6.
And Paul Casey. Delicate little chip. Oh, dear. Now watch it. Got a bit lucky. Let's go back to 5.
Well, this right here, Mickelson's lack of execution with his third shot is the most stunning thing to happen to this point.
Jim, we've come to expect the unexpected from Phil Mickelson, and after his excellent bunker play at 4, that was shocking right there. Just shocking. And he needs to really regroup right here. This is a hard thing to put out of your mind, but at this point in time, this bogey would feel awfully good.
Up and down with the second attempt out of the bunker for a bogey.
You know, one thing that does, next time he's in a bunker, if he is the rest of the day, he'll think about that. You cannot put a shot like that out of your mind.
Remember, before he gave back a shot just a couple of holes ago, he had that streak going without a mark on his card for 34 holes. And now he's bogeyed 2 of 3. DeMarco for his par.
Doesn't look like much, but it does move from right to left. Has to be hit solid. Well done. Heck of a 2-putt right there by Chris DeMarco.
Both Chris and Phil 1 over for the day as they head over to the 6th, and we go there too.
And here's Bernhard Langer. This is for birdie and a share of the lead. Mm. 46 years of age, playing with 26-year-old Paul Casey. Peter Costas, you were telling me, of course, we've documented your relationship with Paul Casey. You gave a lesson to Bernhard Langer when he was a teenager?
Well, way back in the 70s when he was 15 years old. I'm good friends with his coach, Willie Hoffman, who, by the way, Bernhard called Friday night. Got a little bit of a tip, which obviously has helped him. He's turning his right hip a little bit more to take some pressure off his back. But yeah, Bernhard, phenomenal professional for a long, long time.
Well, he's having a memorable appearance here at Augusta. Now Paul Casey for par. Slips one further back and joins KJ Choi and Vijay Singh at 3 under, but only 2 off the lead. And now Longer. Mentioned that were he to win today at 46 years, 7 months and 14 days, he would be the 2nd oldest champion. In 1946, when Jack Nicklaus won his 6th green jacket, Bernhard Langer was the defending champion, finished tied for 16th that year. Phil Mickelson trying to shake the memory of the bunker shot left at the 5th. As Lanny said, he won't forget it today or ever. Fred Couples at -1. Mark O'Meara 2 under today, joins a large group at even par. And now here's Chris DeMarco, who aced this hole on Thursday and almost got a second hole-in-one on Friday.
Vern, so tough to pick the right club here with this wind swirling just a little bit now and this 30-foot elevation change and not much room on that back right. These guys are always concerned about this shot, and you really do not want to leave it short.
He's leaning. Wow. Lanny?
Vern, we're seeing some shaky swings right here. Chris DeMarco looks like he's just so pumped up. He's not controlling his distance very well. And we're going to look at this swing like Chris DeMarco. And right here, Chris always fights the ball going left. If this thing is 8 feet left of the flagstick here, it's going to spin away some 80 feet from the hole. So he always overcompensates and holds on too much through the shot. And it's just ripped. It carried the green by a good 10 yards, Vern.
Yes, it did. Now Mickelson.
This might be the most important swing Phil makes today right here.
Will it stay up? And the answer is no.
After the last hole, Vern, he needed something good to happen here, and that's not good.
To state it mildly, Lanny. My, oh my. DeMarco, how different is this effort from the one we saw on Thursday in the first round? 5-iron, 189 yards. That became the 4th hole-in-one. And then Friday, watch this effort.
Go hard. Go.
He almost got a second consecutive ace. In as many days, that is. First posted here in 1954. Leland Gibson had the first. We mentioned Billy Joe Patton's. That came 50 years ago tomorrow. He wound up one shot out of the playoff with Sam Snead and Ben Hogan. Had problems on the par 5s on the back. Charlie Coody in 1972 and Chris DeMarco, and what he wouldn't give to have had that shot just a moment ago. To 14.
Tiger from 171. Oh, beautifully done. And Tiger will probably tap that in for birdie at the 14th. We go back to 10.
This was earlier. VJ working on a big round here, and look at him in danger of giving much of it back. Let's go over to 6.
And the problems of Chris DeMarco. Well over the green, back right. Let's go to 7.
And Bernhard Langer, fairway wood. Imperative to find the fairway. If you do, you can attack the hole. Well, he scatters it in amongst the pine trees, hoping for it to bounce back, but I think it bounced farther into the trees. Back to 6.
Here's Mickelson. Tough uphill chip, Lenny.
Yes, it is, Vernon. We'd like to see some good shots by these players. It looks to me like the pressure is taking its toll. Not only Phil leaving it in the bunker, Vijay Singh leaving it in the bunker, and that's two of the best bunker players you'll ever see doing things that are just completely out of the ordinary. Players like DeMarco misjudging their distance. Pressure does funny things to these guys.
Mm-hmm. Now, among the patrons, Chris DeMarco. His second at the par 3. Yeah. Let's go to 7.
Now Ernie Els above the hole. Don't forget Ernie. 3 under par now and currently tied for 4th. I'll tell you what, the line separating where you want to be on this golf course from absolutely where you don't want to be is so thin. Let's go back to 10.
This was earlier.
fourth shot for VJ.
And that's why he's being so careful, Jim. It's just so fast coming down there. Tried to get too cute on the first one.
Over to 6.
And DeMarco. This is to save the 3. Oh dear. Oh dear. Forward to 7.
KJ Choi from the back bunker, now this to save par. I tell you what, the margin for error here at this golf course is smaller than I can ever remember. Slightly mishit shots are ending up in terrible positions. Back to 10.
Tiger made his birdie over at 14. Singh looking for bogey. And just like Mickelson over at 5, took him 2 to get out of the bunker, but able to salvage a bogey.
Stayed composed. Both VJ and Phil very composed, and that bogey putts are the toughest putts to make.
Back over to 6 for that situation.
Yes, it is. Chris DeMarco, for the moment, tied with Mickelson. Longer just 1 back, and Elson Casey 2 off the lead. This is just enormously important for Chris DeMarco. He's dropped 3 today, and he's played 6. Now Phil Mickelson, one of the most important putts he made yesterday was on this hole. He saved par with an 18-footer. See if he can gather himself and forget the travails of number 5. He was within 2 feet of just a perfect shot here, and then he kicked back now.
Vern, if I'm a scoreboard watcher playing right now and I'm 1, 2, or 3 under, I just got real excited.
Yes, indeed. Now, this just puts so many players in play, as both DeMarco and Mickelson have come back to the field. Vijay Singh, despite leaving it in the bunker up at 10, had that terrific front 9. Now then. Man, he's got to be rattled. Three bogeys in the last 4 holes for Phil Mickelson. Well, Lanny, we've now got a circumstance where Mickelson and Longer are tied. We've got Else, DeMarco, Casey at 3 under, Singh and Choi at -2, and it goes on from there, doesn't it?
It really does. I mean, even a Fred Couples at 1 under through 10 with 2 par 5s coming up. Let me get a score posted.
Among those at 1 over, Shaka, Haas, Nick Price, Stuart Sink, Tiger Woods, Justin Rose, the 36-hole leader. And we continue down the list. Charles Howell III, a native from Augusta. Fredrik Jakobsen, the Swede. Ian Poulter from Great Britain. And Olazabal from Spain, twice a champion. There's the amateur Brandt Snedeker in the clubhouse, 77 today. Sluman and Riley completed play. Well, final round score. Look at these scores. And Phil Mickelson is 2 over through 6 holes. Let's go to the 7th.
And Phil Mickelson on the tee, going with the driver now. Going to try and hit his little cut out there, work it against the slope. Fairway slopes to the right, so the cut should work nicely. Well done. I'll tell you what, this golf course is in great shape, and it is so difficult to get the ball where you want it to go. This was earlier from Bernhard Langer. Well, he finds the bunker. That won't be too bad a position if he has a good lie. That could roll back just a little bit, but does not. So Bernhard Langer now lying 3. Back on the tee, we have Chris DeMarco. Also trying to drive it. And that will not be good. He will have trees to deal with. He will have the lie in the second cut. Let's take a look at Pampas. 410 yards, lengthened a couple years ago. Fairway in the landing area slopes severely to the right. So if you don't work the ball a little to the left with your shot, it'll funnel down behind that lone pine tree there to the right. If you find the fairway, you can attack the hole, use the slope and the contours of the green to get the ball close. 211.
VJ second from 203 yards. That's just a moment ago. VJ in good shape. And as he came up to the green, he took a good hard look at the leaderboard just as they were posting DeMarco's double bogey and Mickelson's bogey for birdie. Perfect speed.
You know, Bobby, what that tells me is VJ just figured out he probably does not have to light it up on the back. Let's go play a solid 9 holes, maybe get 2 birdies, and that might be enough.
Well, and you've seen that with many players at 12 today. The hole and traditional placement in the back right. A lot of the players coming in at even par, 1, 2 over, going at the flag and making double bogey and putting themselves right out of it. To 7.
Bernhard Langer has parred this hole the first 3 days. While we wait at 7, we go to 8.
Kirk Triplett, the pitch shot to this front hole location. Beautifully played. Justin Rose hold it from 78 yards. Triplett as close as you could be. Easy birdie. Back to the 7th.
The par putt. And the Sunday roars from the patrons have turned to gasps. The players finding difficult trotting right now. So after a birdie start, Bernhard Langer back to even for the day. Now Paul Casey. This golf course is finally playing firm and fast for the first time since we've made these changes, added length, and the line between success and failure is razor sharp. You hit a shot and you think, that's just where I want it. It lands a foot away. You might be dead. This for birdie. You just can't make an aggressive run at a birdie without in the back of your mind the fear of a 3-putt being there. And Paul Casey in his first Masters, -3 and tied for 2nd place. 211.
VJ, we'll call it 3 feet straight up the hill. He's solid on these. That's a par 4 for VJ. And already he's thinking of the win at 12. To 8.
At the par 5 8th. Ernie Els waiting for the signal that the green is clear. If this is his drive, it is enormous. 223 yards to go. Hole 575. Tees are up maybe 10 yards from the back end of the back tee. So Ernie, he's even par for the round. 2 birdies, 2 bogeys. He's only 1 off the lead. Gigantic drive. Very narrow target with this second shot. And work the ball right to left around the trees. Couple of feet to the left. This is going to be good. If you hit the right shot, the contours will help. Fantastic. Saw the roll of the shoulders, trying to work the club face, closing at impact. Right to left spin. Exceptional second shot for Ernie Els. Back to number 7.
From perfect position in the fairway, Phil Mickelson. 116 yards, trying to bring it in beyond the hole and spin it back. It didn't come back as far as he would have liked, but he executed properly, and that's all he can control. Earlier, this was Chris DiMarco from 142 yards. Front bunker's not a bad play here. And that's where he ends up. And the sand in these bunkers, when it's compressed, is fun to play from. It's really solid. There's Ernie walking up to look at his second shot, his wonderful second shot to 8. You know, you don't have to hit, you can't hit good shots and get good results here. You have to hit great shots to get good results. If that ball had been a yard farther to the right, he would have had an impossible chip. But it funnels back toward the hole, and he has that left for eagle. Now DiMarco. As I was saying before, when the sand is compact, you can play aggressive bunker shots. But if it's freshly raked from a previous player or whatever, and it's air in there, it's so easy to go underneath it and not hit it far enough. So DiMarco desperately needs that putt to fall as we go to 12.
BJ, 8 iron. Perfect line. Oh, and that ball really got hung up in the wind. One would think that's plenty of club. Today, 156 yards is the 12th. Golden Bell, named after the yellow flowering forsythia, as the players cross over Rays Creek. The hole in its traditional Sunday placement today, all the way in the far back right. But the winds presently out of the southwest really playing havoc with the players at the present time. To 8.
Bernhard Langer on the tee. 315 yards to carry the bunker on the right. That twirling finish, trying to protect against a closing club face. And a very good drive right down the middle. Didn't look promising after that follow through. Back to 7.
Phil Mickelson's putt will be extremely quick, but won't have too much break. So many times when you have a quick putt, you play the highest possible line. And the line that Phil chose was slightly too much. All right, solid hole. Driver in the fairway. Good approach shot. Good putt. Plenty of time left in this tournament. And we're going to get to see if Phil Mickelson really has learned his lesson with patience. You know, earlier this year he played in a little pro-am in Scottsdale. He was playing with his caddy, Jim Mackay. Needed to make a birdie on the last hole. Missed a 90-yard wide fairway with his driver. They didn't win the tournament, and 2 weeks later I see him and he's a completely different player. To 12.
Sing for birdie. Yeah, the line. Perfect. But mission accomplished, making 3 at 12 for Vijay Singh. Back to 7.
DeMarco for par. So Chris DeMarco now +4 through 7 holes and heading the wrong way. Vijay Singh made his tap in at 12. We've had some shots that ended up not where these players wanted to be. Mickelson at 3. A tentative stroke, perhaps a miss aim. This one here, completely misjudging the sand. And then Chris DeMarco from over the green, putting or chipping rather into the grain and coming up short, and then having to run this one through the fringe and all the way down to the front edge. For me, the first sign of pressure is poor decision making, and we've seen a few poor decisions, but boy, Ernie Els didn't do it at 8.
Phenomenal second shot. It was a huge drive, about 320 yards into an upslope. This is to take the outright lead for an eagle. Three tremendous shots. And just takes his time pulling that ball out of the cup. Thank you very much. 2 birdies, 2 bogeys, an eagle. Leader Ernie Els. Second, 6th, 5th, 6th. The last 4 years, and there's his front line so far. And he had plenty of power to reach this green in 2, but he needed a delicate touch here, Lanny.
Yes, he did, Peter, and he just looks under control right now. He's gone along very quietly all week, never making any big mistakes other than 11 yesterday, and he got away with it. Now he looks really under control.
Always the cool customer. At the bottom of the hill, Bernhard Langer would have heard that roar. He's hit a good drive. 240 yards for Langer going up the hill. Mickelson would have heard the roar. He knows the difference between a birdie roar and an eagle. He knows what Ernie Els is capable of doing. And everybody, the last 3 groups on the 8th hole. Mickelson. Well, Langer, 46 years old, usually not that long off the tee. 240 yards with the hole cut on the front. Obviously, some of the hole's yardage taken away. The green is 42 yards deep. Coming over the ridge. Have to judge where the flag is relative to the trees on the left-hand side. The green is only 30 feet wide. Ernie Els just caught the right edge. Langer doesn't, and surprisingly, it's usually the toughest of the par 5s. Today, the easiest hole. Just a couple of bogeys and 1 eagle. So Langer exactly pinned high. We saw Vijay pull off that shot from the right-hand side. Now, Paul Casey with the power. Peter Kostis
can turn the ball right to left and certainly can hit it high enough. 230 yards. I think the problem here is going to be trusting the wind conditions and being committed to the shot for him. I think the wind coming up on 5 bothered him a little bit, knocking it over the green at 6. Again, a misjudgment with club selection. I think he needs to be committed to his club selection and his shot.
230 yards uphill in between clubs. What a powerful player. Wasn't between his longest iron and a metal wood.
Sweet. Oh, sweet.
He looks pretty comfortable about that one. Not enough draw. It's a delicate shot from there. Vijay made it look easy. It isn't. Players have to decide whether to just trickle it on the green in front of them or go to the other side and have the ball roll back down. Now, Phil. 315 to carry the bunker, twice as large as it was just 3 or 4 years ago. A balanced finish, under control.
Peter, that looked like 3 wood there too. That's very surprising in a hole that he can reach into.
Very surprising, but middle of the fairway. Let's go to 13.
Vijay Singh now on the tee. That's a fairway wood. Vijay does not like to turn the ball right to left. It is a difficult shot for him. Not too bad. In the second cut, good angle. And the hole is located in a very, very accessible position today. Back to number 9.
And the leader, Ernie Els.
Facing a tee shot that should really fit his eye perfectly. Just aim it down the right center and hit your normal slight right to left turning tee shot. Got that a little bit far to the left side.
What's it like from over there?
Well, he might have caught some trees. It looks like it's pretty far back, Jim.
Ernie overtaking Phil Mickelson with the eagle at the 8th.
Mickelson's already found the fairway. Now Chris DiMarco. Only a 2 under par 3 off the lead now for DiMarco. Back up the hill on the green. Bernhard Langer and a potential Ryder Cup player, Paul Casey, go to the other side of the green, trying to sum up the contours. What are the options? And there are several. Take the most lofty club in the bag, throw it up in the air as Vijay did, get the maximum spin, try and stop it next to the cup, or do you just try and get it to the edge of the green, let it trickle down as Ernie's second shot did? A little bit of an upslope to work with if they want to throw the ball up in the air. That adds loft to the shot. Gets to the other side of the green. If it gets within a foot of the fringe on the other side, it will roll back towards the cup, get within 3 or 4 feet. Using a running route, this will drift a little bit further away. Not bad. I think we can tell by that grimace it was a very difficult shot. Vijay made it look easy. Ernie's second shot caught the slopes perfectly. Paul Casey, certainly known for power. This will test finesse. The gesture there is pick a spot. Concentrate on the spot, which may be just short of the green and a few feet right of the line to the cup. Lovely rhythm. Not bad chance for a birdie. Casey and Langer both 2 behind Ernie Els. Ernie not in the best position off the tee at number 9. Excellent birdie chances. Langer always very methodical, takes his time. Quite often on the clock, under the scrutiny of tour officials, whether it's Europe or the United States. Takes his time. If a group gets out of position, Bernhard Langer has to be very careful how long he takes. situations where there may be a penalty, a fine for being too slow, but I don't think we'll begrudge him the extra time. In this situation, Augusta National and a third Masters title on the line. He's had a good season in the US. He's concentrated more in United States play the last 2 years. 8 tournaments so far this year. He's made the cut in every one. And just like Ola Tharbel, who played 2 good opening rounds, inspired by returning to the scene of Masters triumphs. Trying to move to the right, good birdie. Up ahead at 9.
And Ernie Els.
From the second cut on the left, just try and put it somewhere up around the right side of the green. Stop right there. A little firmer than he intended. Anything off that right side would have been a very simple chip, plenty of green to work with. Now it's a little tougher being that much further off the green.
Through 3 rounds, we had co-leaders Mickelson, DeMarco. They bumped it up to 7 under with birdies at the second, but then the lead went vanquished. DeMarco began a horrible slide, and Mickelson was giving away shots as well. Phil 1 back, DeMarco 3 behind. We head over to the 8th.
Paul Casey in just his 4th pro season, looking very comfortable. I think playing alongside Langer is good for him. All business. Wins Mickelson at 4 under par. Els, no easy par at the 9th. Down the fairway, Phil Mickelson. That's 265 yards to the cup. Smashing it with the 3-wood. Another player with that narrow green to work with. You might see the super lofted sand wedge. Let's double check that leaderboard. Mickelson, nifty chip coming up. Ernie Els, 5 under, 3 players just 1 behind. Vijay Singh, 2 under through 12. Let's go to Dick Enberg.
Thank you, Peter. Coming to a boil, how many storylines we have with the 7 within 3 shots of the lead. And the final pairings will soon reach Augusta National's famed Amen Corner. A treacherous 3-hole stretch. The Masters may not be won here, but it most certainly could be lost. Amen Corner is comprised of the second half of the 11th hole, the par 3 12th, and the tee shot at 13.
In 1958, a writer, Herbert Warren Wynn, inspired by an old jazz song, dubbed it Amen Corner. The song, Shoutin' in That Amen Corner.
Now, brothers and sisters, this is all I've got to say. You can shout with all your might. You ain't living right. No, you shouting in that Amen Corner. If your name ain't on that road, all the noise won't save your soul. Stop that shouting in that Amen Corner.
The lyrics are fitting. While the cheers in this amphitheater are loudest on the golf course, there's also a solace, a privacy, a separation for golfers where there's distance from the shouting. And you can shout with all your might, but the wind can be diametrically opposed at 11 and 12. Then you can only pray the bank will separate you from Rays Creek. Yesterday, Ernie Els' inner voice might as well been singing, if your name ain't on that roll, all that noise won't save your soul. Tiger Woods calls the tee shot at 12 his least favorite at Augusta, just all part of Judgment Day. In 1987, Augusta native Larry Mize defeated Greg Norman in a playoff. The most dramatic shot ever at Amen Corner. Now that's what shouting's all about.
Think before you shout, heart sense will find you out. So stop that shouting in that Amen corner. Stop that shouting in that Amen corner.
All right, thank you, Dick. And there is the 11th. Maybe this will help sort out, this stretch will help sort out this congested Sunday leaderboard we have. It so often does. And the renowned 12th going over the Hogan Bridge to the left. Tee shot on 13 on the far side, back over the Nelson Bridge at 13. Right below us at 9, the L's.
Not sure he can land this on the green. Try and use some imagination. Oh, he's got the slope.
This is going to be really good.
This is going to be real good, Jim.
Look at this.
Holy cow, what a shot.
These are the shots that win green jackets.
What imagination by Ernie Els.
Back on the tee, one back.
Nice solid strike down the center by Bernhard Langer, and he's got it all the way down in the flat. Going to be looking at maybe no more than pitching wedge here.
To 13.
After having only 206 yards for his second shot, this the birdie effort for Vijay Singh. He tugged his approach shot to the left, put it in the swale. The chip did not release as he had hoped it would. It'll be a disappointing 5 at 13 for Vijay Singh. And that is if he makes that putt. This a hole that doesn't really set up very well for him. And over at 15.
And somebody making a quiet move. Quiet until now, that is. This is second shot down the hill at the par 5, Garcia. Stone dead, and he moves to -1. To 9.
Boy, that's pretty amazing turnaround. Sergio was 5 over through the 6th hole today, and that's going to be bogey for KJ Choi. Sergio way up ahead now. Some 6 or 7 holes ahead of the final pairing. And look at this at the 8th.
Phil Mickelson, this should come back. He's trying. Amazing that he would give up yardage off the tee, 40 yards behind Ernie Els after a tee shot. But knowing he could still reach the green or become pin high with a 3-wood. Oh, 1 shot behind Ernie. Vijay Singh made par at the 13th, the par 5. Amazing combination of power and finesse we see in Ernie Els, Phil Mickelson, Tiger Woods when he's at his best. Enormous power, but great touch, variety of shots available around the greens. Overnight leader with DeMarco, now chasing Ernie Els. Very often Jim Mackay involved in the reading of the greens, his caddy, long-time caddy. Reverses the stance, the feel as he's over the ball. All the break on the front portion of this green back towards the tee. Breaking to the right. Ernie has tapped in for his par at the 9th. One turn. It was a good putt. Stays one back. To the 10th tee.
Ernie Els.
Big tall pine down the left center. Ernie will aim at and just try and hit his normal shot. Let it turn over about 10 yards. Catch that fast slope, and that is perfect. Right down that speed slot on the right-hand side. Very long.
Splendid first 9 for Ernie. Really headlined by his play at 8 and 9. Go back out to the 8th.
Chris DiMarco. Still not out of it. This to get to 3 under. He does it. That's only 2 back. Even with some ugly shots over the opening few holes. 3 over today, but still only 2 back of our leader. Tough holes coming up. 9, 10, 11, dangerous 12 to 15.
And this was earlier over at 15. Just a tap in. Garcia goes to -1. 3 birdies to finish the first 9. 2 at 12, 4 at 13. No, eagle here at 15. So, after 9 holes, Ernie Els leads by a shot from Mickelson and Langer and Casey. DiMarco one further back, followed by Singh, and now you see Garcia has made another one. Makes 2 more, he will be the first to hang up a number. Steve Flesch and Stephen Leaney with 69s today. Finishing at +1. Stuart Appleby with 70. Tiger Woods +3 for the tournament with 1 hole to play. Olazabal having a rotten day. Former champion Sandy Lyle with 76. And the amateur Brandt Snedeker finishing on +12. To the 9th.
Back with Casey and longer. His Sergio Garcia run is quite remarkable. 7 under over his last 10 holes. He hit 1 time today after doubling the 6th, was 11 shots out of the lead. He's now only 3 behind. How about this one for Casey?
I think Paul Casey may be aiming this one further offline than any putt I've ever seen hit. He's aiming 30 feet to the right of the flagstick.
Remember how well he judged it. It was the 5th, and this is also exquisite.
That's pretty good. He's still got some work left, but from that position, just get yourself down there where you've got something inside 4 feet. Really well done.
Back on the tee with Mickelson at 9.
Going with driver. Trying to hit it down the right side and looking slightly from right to left. A little cut for him, but fits the hole perfectly. Down there pretty good. Not as far as Longer had it. Longer had it all the way down in the flat.
16.
Well, this was moments ago. Sergio Garcia. In the heart. What strikes me, Lanny, is the lack of emotion to this run. I mean, he's kind of a wry smile, but no fist pumping at all.
It looks like to me, Vern, he's considering himself out of the tournament, and yeah, it's nice to have this finish, but he doesn't feel like he's going anywhere with it.
To 9.
And 2 birdies to close, though, Lanny?
He could be wrong if he makes 2 birdies to close.
I mean, he's birdieing almost everything out here now. Bernhard Langer.
This putt doesn't have near the movement that Paul Casey's had, but is extremely quick. Just got to pick your spot on the green that you want to roll it to, and figure that once it gets to that place, the ball will release from there and go right down to the cup.
I think of Bernhard. I think of the courage it's taken for him to win here. This course so famous for its fast greens and the different ways he's putted to win here.
No question. He's been through the yips so many times we can't count. And I mean ugly yips, and has always found a way to come back and make the putter work. He threw pretty out the window a long time ago. Well done.
He's gone from conventional to left-hand low to the death grip on the left.
Yeah, we don't know
forearm.
what that was called. But I'm going to tell you something. It was effective. Everything he has gone to, he has made work. And I think it's just through sheer will and guts that he's made it work.
He believes that because of all the pressure to succeed and the lack of money growing up, that was the reason why he developed a case of the yips such a young age, over at the 10th. Ernie, prime position.
Flagstick 23 deep over in the back right side of the green. This is from 167. Got a short enough club in your hand. Let's go ahead and get aggressive here. That's well done. That's aggressive. Nice play. Oh, it just won't stay though, Jim.
Longer is tapped in behind us at the 9th. And earlier, KJ Choi at 10.
That hits a little further short of the hole and stays there. Looked like Ernie was going to have a 12-footer, and that too much.
17.
Sergio, 10 groups ahead of the final pairing. A remarkable scorecard. Great drive, only 129 yards to go. Dangerous right-hand hole position today. And he's taking dead aim. Stay there, stay there. A couple of feet shorter or to the right. It might have rolled off the putting surface. Great shot. To the 9th.
And Casey for another memorable 2-putt. Oh, not this time.
Bad read there. Put that one dead center, and that was a left outside edge putt.
He's going to drop him 2 behind. .37 first 9 to 13.
Fred Couples has this for eagle to get to -2. A terrific approach shot from 183 yards goes unrewarded. It'll be a birdie 4 for Fred Couples, gets them back to 1 under par. Still by no means out of it the way things are going here. Let's go to 17.
And Sergio is part of the 17th hole every day. He's bogeyed the 18th hole the previous 3 rounds. We forget Sergio, only 24 years old, precocious talent. And he deserved a birdie for the bold second shot. A remarkable round. 6 under today with a double bogey. What a talent. Leading amateur in 1999. He had turned pro very shortly after that. 19 years old at that time. So look at that scorecard. Double bogey's the 6th, the par 3. Then birdie, birdie, birdie. Birdie at 12. Birdie at 13. Then the bogey at the bunkerless 14th. Let's go to 9.
And Mickelson, he needs a good shot now.
Off a slight downslope. Pin tucked right over that left bunker.
We'll come back.
A little too far up that green to come back that much. That was from 143.
And it stayed there. And he's incredulous. 14.
VJ, long try for birdie. Just to get within 3 of the lead. Well, had a pretty nice approach, but it caught the slope and drifted down about 40-50 feet away. It's the largest green at Augusta National. VJ, remember, made the cut on the number at +4. After the conclusion of play yesterday, he was 7 back in 15th place, and now in 7th place to 10th.
This was earlier. KJ Choi for birdie.
Up the hill, moves slightly from right to left. Just didn't give it enough.
KJ not able to get it going today. He's backed up 2 shots. And what a late run here by Sergio Garcia with a, I don't know, like a attitude that he feels as though he's out of it. And as long as he can stay in that mindset and make one more, who knows? At the 10th, Ernie Els. And Chow Choi a moment ago tapped in.
This is from 25 feet, slightly uphill in the beginning, going to move from left to right. Judging speed can be a little tough here. That's a bold stroke.
A good stroke. Wow.
Didn't see that one hanging up. That looked good all the way.
Been cruising along all week here at Augusta. You might just see him just kind of waiting for Sunday to unfold.
Well, we'll see if he can go to 11 and make a good swing after that swing yesterday. It's still got to be in his mind. And he hasn't hit good tee shots there the last several days.
The 13. 14.
And VJ for par. His dad is here this week in Augusta in the United States from his home in New Zealand, in the U.S. for the first time. And VJ said he wanted to bring him along because of health concerns. He didn't know if he'd ever get a chance to see him play here at the Masters. To 9.
Mickelson.
As we've seen so many putts, giving it plenty of room to the high side. Just trying to judge. This looks good.
Easy now.
Seen a lot of imagination from these players, Jim, and that's what you have to work successfully on the greens here at Augusta National.
We're seeing that imagination from Phil, but we're not seeing the birdies so far.
No, he's got to start getting his irons closer to the hole. He's putting it in the fairway for the most part, but birdie putts are just a little longer than he needs right now. Needs a couple of crisp irons.
DeMarco. Good putt.
That was almost straight down the hill. Not a whole lot of movement there. He hardly touched that. They've got a problem here. They don't know who. It just depends on who wants to stand on whose mark.
That's right.
Since they both go from different sides.
Any way you look at it. And DeMarco will finish as we head over to 11.
490-yard par 4. Leader Els on the tee. And this was his worst swing of the tournament yesterday. Not today. It's a different story for Ernie Els today. In 2000, you recall, he was chasing Vijay Singh, came to the 13th, made a triple bogey. To number 9.
And Mickelson close out his first 9. And 38. He has to feel like something good has got to happen or is going to happen. It just hasn't been there to this point.
Well, he does, and not only that, but he's played the first 9 holes, 2 over par, and he's still only 1 back. That's a bonus.
10 longer. He's way back there, Lanny.
240 yards. Obviously blocked his tee shot well to the right over in the second cut. Had no shot at the flagstick. Just tried to chase him in the center of the green.
At 18. Tiger for birdie. Well, can finish with a smile.
He says now it goes in.
He is heading from here to Fort Bragg, North Carolina for some armed forces training. Says, I've always wanted to do this. If I was never introduced to golf, that's what I would be doing. Something hopefully in the special ops arena. Physical and mental challenges. I like that. But you got to go back to Bethpage in 2002 to find the last time Tiger won a major. At 7 straight without one. And playing right on his heels is Sergio Garcia, who has suddenly put himself in position to make a little run here and post a score.
160 to the hole. Hit 3-wood off the tee to take the bunkers out of play.
He's an 11-hole stretch here with 7 birdies, an eagle, 1 bogey. And this one's going to stay above. Yep, it's going to stay above the slope. He's waiting for it to reappear.
It's not going to.
No such luck. Els at 5, looking for a 4th major title to go with 2 U.S. Opens and a British. And Phil Mickelson had that shaky stretch. Bogey at 3, bogey at 5. It always seems to happen here on Sunday at Augusta. Things just get all shook up. Phil Mickelson came to the first tee, sharing the lead with Chris DeMarco, and then look who made the move. Ernie Els, the ever steady Bernhard Langer, the Masters rookie who won't go away as they all seek that green jacket and look for a place in the champions locker room. We've talked a couple of times about the amateurs. Brandt Snedeker is already in, and young Casey Wittenberg from Oklahoma State by way of Memphis, Tennessee, with his father caddying for him. And look at this shot. Casey's on his way to taking the amateur honors and a place in Butler Cabin later today.
And he's got a lot of promise, a lot of game, has worked on his game for a long time.
Yeah, he's in a tie for 13th overall. At the 10th, this is the 3rd shot for Paul Casey.
Drove it left in the woods off the tee, had to pitch out to here.
Oh, this would be some save.
A lot of composure to stand there and hit that good a shot after a chip out.
14.
Well, the leaders coming back to the field has opened the door, and there's some great players barging through. Couples from 150. Back down the slope. And that's Davis Love already close to the hole, so both Davis and Fred will have a chance to get to 2 under to 10.
And how big will 15 be for them? Phil Mickelson. And ladies and gentlemen, the back 9 on Sunday at Augusta, they're all on it now.
Here we go. Phil needs to take this right to left. Has been very consistent with this shot all week. And I don't think he is today. This is his first mistake we've seen with him make with the driver off the tee on one of these dogleg lefts all week.
Earlier, DeMarco, you saw his.
This is 3-wood, just trying to send it down the right center of the fairway, let it turn over about 10 yards. catch that so-called speed slide. And that lands back up on top. 3-wood's not a lot of club to be hitting off this hole. Should be hitting driver. This is a long way down here. 490-yard hole. He's lucky that ball gets down to the bottom, and he's still going to be on the downslope.
Over to 14.
Couples. If he makes this, he's only 3 back. This is some day here in Augusta. Back-to-back birdies for Couple. Back-to-back birdies for Davis. They're in the hunt. Over at the 11th, you heard the roar, and here's K.J. Choi.
From 220 yards. The improbable, perhaps the impossible. An eagle. And the hero, South Korea, has just vaulted to 3 under par. And live Ernie Els, after that, has got to play this second shot. This from 203. And that was an anti-left swing. And the result will be a most difficult up and in. The water hazard certainly coming into Ernie Els' mind there on the second shot to 18.
And Sergio is for birdie.
Will work strongly from his right to his left, and it is so fast you can't imagine.
Can he somehow find one more? It's tracking. Can he do it? Oh, are you kidding?
How does it stop short? Oh. Come on, Sergio, you can't leave that short. What an effort.
It's been fascinating to see him keep his emotions in check. Very un-Sergio-like here.
I just don't think he thought he could have a chance to win, and it's kind of, he had the attitude going like, yeah, now you're going to start going in the hole for me. Tournament's over, I can't win, and all of a sudden everything's going in. That probably worked in his favor coming in, because he didn't get excited, didn't put a lot of pressure on himself. Just go, okay, let's make another one.
That is the low round of the tournament. The 66. Over to 11.
And a standing ovation for K.J. Choi. A 5-iron from 220 yards. It's only the 3rd eagle ever recorded at the 11th hole in Masters history. Jerry Barber did it first time in 1962. Brad Faxon again in 2002. And the roar at 12 is for Frederick Jakobsen finally hitting the green. But that second shot of K.J. Choi certainly deserves a second look. A 5-iron from 220. And that ball was so straight he had to lean sideways just to see the flag stick. Center cut. Amazing. You think he's feeling the excitement? Wow. And with one swing of the bat, K.J. Choi is right back in the thick of things. To 10.
Oh, right up against a pine cone. What can he do with this?
It looks like he's playing an aggressive shot. He's looking past that bunker, not like it's a chip out. I guess Phil has decided he's not going to back off right now. He got the ball solid.
It's a big rip at it.
What a shot.
Very nice.
What a play by Phil Mickelson. It's a guess and a gamble. Is the pine cone going to bother it? And it didn't.
15.
And this is earlier. Vijay Singh needed to make something happen here at 15. The second shot, hooking it around the trees from 194 yards. And it looked okay. That was a putt for eagle for a while. But that wobbled its way down that closely mown slope. And he didn't need that to happen. Earlier at 10.
Yes, this was the pairing ahead of Mickelson and DeMarco. Longer. You don't want to get into a chipping contest with this man. Chipped it in at 1 today. Over to 11.
Earlier, Hal's little chip. Sand wedge, lofting it. Well struck, but not too well judged. Call it 8-9 feet remaining for par. For Ernie, who yesterday really struggled with this hole, hooked his tee shot deep into the woods. And it took 3 opinions from rules officials. Finally, Will Nicholson, our head rules official at Augusta National, made the call and allowed Ernie to take a drop. He went on to make a brilliant bogey.
What a stroke.
A masterful stroke by Ernie Els for par at 11. And his lead still 1. And what an ovation for KJ Choi and Ernie Els. How about a third look at that shot of it, KJ Choi's, the 5-iron from 220. He's still smiling about it, and well he should. Aiming a little left. And just holding on. And reads the break perfectly. Struck by how quiet it has suddenly become at Amen Corner. And let's go to Tim.
It's quiet over here too. Mickelson is 1 back.
He's played a very nice second to get to this position. He needs this up and down. Take advantage of a break and a well-played shot if he can do that. Easy. Now he's left with a very difficult putt. Just what he did not want to do. Put it above this hole. Downhill, left to right breaker. Tough putt to judge.
Let's see how you back up 2 at 11. Bobby?
Yeah, 12 has played the most difficult hole at Augusta National today. KJ with an 8-iron, aiming left. A bold line and a brilliant shot. And Lanny, I'm so impressed with his demeanor all week long. He had the brilliant 30 on the front 9 on Friday, but he's really been a measure of consistency since then.
Now he's going to see if he can control his emotions the rest of the way in, Bobby. That was a wonderful swing right there, backing up that 2 at 11. Smart play coming over the bunker, too.
150 over the bunker.
All right, Bobby, big shot here by Ernie Els. We spoke this morning about this hole. No way right now Ernie goes at this flagstick. This shot should be right over the middle of that bunker, over the nose that sticks out. 150 to carry that nose. He'd like to carry it 151.
And at the present time, just a slight headwind. He likes it.
Wow. What a play, Bobby. A lot more bold than I would have envisioned. There's a man who's got a lot of confidence in his swing right now.
There's a lot of momentum in this pairing right now. Back to 10.
And that's not the case with this one. Mickelson and DeMarco staggered early and have really not snapped out of it. Phil needs this for par. Maybe that will get something going.
A little bit of fire there, too. That's good. Let's get going. Maybe the best thing that'll happen to him is somebody's ahead of him. Knows what he has to do. This putt looked like he almost lost it to the right, Jim. It just barely catches the edge.
He knows how big this one is. They were pump fist all the way marching off the green. He knows about the holes ahead where you can certainly make up ground here.
And if he had known Ernie Els was already on the green at 12 after parring 11, about 12 feet at 12, he would have realized that that putt he made was even bigger than he thought.
Love and Couples, what a pairing for them. They're playing the par 5 15th and not to be ruled out. Look at those at +1. Flesh and Leaney with 69s. Get them into the top 16 for next year. Invitation. And let's go back to 11.
For Paul Casey's second shot. Good news, he's gotten past the trees, or a majority of them, so he'll have an open shot. And with the hole a little bit back of center, I like the angle. From 203 yards. Wow. Playing for a little flyer that wasn't there. Gust of wind that came into his face earlier. Bernhard Langer was in the left rough, trying to take this right to left. From 217 yards. And well done. It's the perfect leave below the hole. So the two-time champ here with 58 victories worldwide in position for birdie. Now Joy. Tough left to right swing. The putt tends to pick up a little speed as it approaches the hole, which makes that an even more difficult left to righter. But a solid par 3 for KJ Choi. And the last leg of Amen Corner to go. Mickelson on 11T. 3-wood off the tee here yesterday, and driver off the tee today. I like it. Lanny Wadkins.
As long as he's doing something with it, Bobby, I hope he's working it from right to left, trying to hit a control shot. But when he's setting up on the far right side of this tee, that tells me he's trying to hit a hook for him, one that goes left to right.
And that's not his favorite shot.
It's not been his most successful shot lately, that's for sure.
A fiery swing was that one. And that's just fine. Els for birdie. Saying that even though you can hit a great tee shot at 12, there's only been 5 birdies today. Difficult to capitalize. It's not a hole you can expect to birdie by any means. Earlier, DeMarco at 11. And that one's on target. Center cut. Ernie Els, 2 under par today. His lead 1 over Phil Mickelson and Bernhard Langer. Sergio Garcia, what a last 11 holes. 6 under par today. Vijay Singh, the 2000 champion, 69. And Paul Casey, that's about 60 feet. Coming up the slope. Pretty straight. Lanny Wadkins, I feel right now if these final pairings can get through 11 and 12, it's really going to be the par 5s, 13 and 15, that are going to make the difference.
Bobby, I don't think there's any question, and obviously the most important shot coming up, I think for a lot of people, is 12. You've got to get down the green at 12, make 3. If you have a chance to go at 13 and 15, I think today you have to. You know, birdie is a must if you want to win this golf tournament.
Jack Nicklaus once described hole number 12 after he won here in '86. He shot 30 on the second 9, but bogeyed number 12. He called it the most difficult hole in tournament golf. And that's half the battle of playing 11. You've got to, you know, 12 is in the back of your mind. And that's one of the things that Bernhard Langer has always been able to do. Focus one shot at a time and give it 110%. His focus is always execution, 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 and execution. Nothing else gets in his mind. Such discipline. For birdie and the tie. That ball started a little left of his intended line. A little more hit in that stroke than I'm used to seeing Bernhard. But still a solid par 4. To 13.
On the tee, Ernie Els with a fairway wood. This, the tee shot that ruined his chances in 2002 when he went on to make an 8.
Get it. Come on. Come on.
And that may be the best tee shot he's hit all week at 13. Easily within range to go for this hole location that has been positioned to let the ball funnel off the slope. We've seen numerous shots here inside of 10 feet for eagle. Paul Casey made par back at 11. Now this was earlier KJ Choi. He going with driver. And that's going to be a layup. The tee shot most likely taking eagle out of play, but not birdie. Let's go back to 11.
For Chris DeMarco's second shot. And from 229 yards. Very well struck. Beautiful shot by Chris DeMarco. As you can see, the flag starting to freshen and actually coming from a slightly different direction, more out of the northwest. Didn't fly as much as he anticipated, but that's the proper leave, Lanny Watkins.
Yes, it is, Bobby. The main thing is he avoided the water here. One of the bad pitfalls here, and that's a well-struck shot.
Let's go to 15.
And Davis Love over the green in 2, chip back to here, this for birdie. And he moves to within 2 of the lead. -3 for Davis Love the third to 12.
Langer at 12. 8 iron. Brilliant. What I think is going to make the difference for him from here on to the clubhouse is, can he get the ball in the fairway off the tee? To 15.
Playing alongside Davis Love, Fred Couples also had this for birdie. Both Couples and Love 3 under par. Anybody's race to 12.
Paul Casey. Hit a pitching wedge here yesterday. This is an 8 iron. Literally 2 inches short. And the applause is for Phil Mickelson at 11 as he approaches the green. A little audio adrenaline ought to help Phil. Let's go down to Butler Cabin.
And with us after the low round of the championship of the tournament, 66, Sergio Garcia, and there is no more interested spectator in what we're watching right now than you, Sergio. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. You know, it was a good round, and you know, unfortunately, although I hit the ball very nicely on the first 6 holes, I didn't get the start that I wanted, and you know, it's the way it goes sometimes. But I definitely didn't have my best week break-wise, and I think it's going to mean a lot.
Let's go to some of your outstanding play on the second 9 today. Take us through this. This is the second shot at 15.
Well, I hit it 7 iron here. I mean, just perfect distance. I've been swinging the club very nicely all week long, and just hit a perfect 7 iron, and you know, almost not to win.
You start the day 9 behind the leaders. You dropped 2 more on that double at 6, and so you're 11 behind the leaders, and what a rally.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of shots that you guys are not showing that probably deserve it to be shown, but you know, this back straight in the middle and stay short. You know, on 12 I hit it to about 2 feet for birdie. 13 I hit it to about 13 I hit it to about 20 feet for eagle, hit a great putt and didn't go in. And then, you know, 14 was probably the biggest hole for me. I've been driving the ball great on that hole, hitting just a high driver. And today I just started just a little too far left, and it cut just the top of the left trees and bounced back, and I had like 255 to the hole. So, you know, it was a big 3 iron, and you know, I'm fortunate I made bogey on that hole, but you know, put a great finish in at the end.
You're way ahead of the rest of those that contend for this coveted title. If you were handicapping and you know coming in how the course is playing, whom would you select as the one to beat?
Well, I think that you know, everybody's playing well, and I think Ernie's playing very well. But I don't know. I mean, Ernie, he's always been one of my favorites for this tournament, and Phil, of course. And Langer, I've played with him 3 rounds, and it seems to be getting things going very nicely. You know, it's so you know, this is going to be close too.
Well, thank you, Sergio. Congratulations again.
Thanks.
I know it's an anxious wait. Good luck.
Thanks.
And a tremendous shot from Ernie Els, that from 206 yards, and what a difference a year makes. He has it inside of 10 feet for eagle, Wonderful. Back to 11.
Or earlier, Chris DeMarco for birdie. Both he and Mickelson leaving it short. Quite a surprise. To 16.
Here's Davis Love. This is for birdie. He did not catch the ridge, so he's got this delicate downhill right to left putt. Much too much pace. Davis, who's at -3. We go to the 12th.
Bernhard longer for birdie. And again, players struggling with the speed of that putt. To 13.
And after a pitch out from the trees, KJ Choi has 103 yards. And that needs to spin. Oh, my word. A yard from coming back all the way back down to where Ernie Els's ball finished. But it will stay on the top ledge, and that will be quick. KJ Choi from the island of Wando off the coast of South Korea. Solid player. Let's go back to 12.
Paul Casey for par. Whoa. Gives you a feel how slick that putt can be from behind the hole. To 16.
And Davis Love still away. So this is for par for Davis Love. Fred Couples with the birdie opportunity forthcoming. Both of them had 3 birdies in succession, and still a bogey effort coming up for Davis Love. Now Fred Couples, both Davis and Fred with birdies at 13, 14, and 15. And now Couples for his 4th birdie in succession. Getting a little advice from Joe LaCava, his longtime caddy. Casey did make bogey. And here's Couples for birdie. Well, he'll stay 2 back for the moment as Ernie Els has that eagle opportunity at 13. Bernhard Langer did get his par at the 12th, and we go there now.
To Marco. 8 iron. And the wind as calm as it's been all day. Mission accomplished, and Lanny, even at Nabarco's situation, that was the proper play. But for Phil Mickelson, an advantage to have seen DeMarco play first.
Well, that's right, Bobby. He got a good look at the wind, and every experienced player that walks this 12th tee is going to look at the flagstick on 11, because that's the true indication of what the wind's doing back in that area. And this shot worries me a little bit. You know, here Phil's played these par 3s 3 over this week. this is where Phil has to be careful. He can't win it with this shot, but he could sure lose it. Or get rid of any chance to win right here, that's for sure.
I mean, just as we say that, the wind's starting to freshen. An aggressive line. What a shot. It was a brilliant shot by Phil Mickelson. The trajectory was quite a bit lower than we're accustomed to seeing Phil hit. That really took any possibility of a wind gust affecting that shot. And Lanny, I feel right now Mickelson needs a boost. 2 over for the day. Hasn't gotten anything going, and this could be the spark he needs.
He better get a boost quick, Bobby, because I think Ernie's about to put a dagger in his heart at 13.
Yeah, let's go there.
And a man who started the day 3 shots behind the leaders has this for a 3-shot lead. Ernie Els with eagle at 13 moves to -7. These players know the sounds. They know the Sunday roars. They can tell if it's a birdie roar. They can tell if it's an eagle roar. I am sure the final pairing knows what happened. They just don't know who did it. Ernie Els with 2 eagles on par 5s today, and the golf course was set up to be taken advantage of. Here was Ernie Els' second shot to the 8th. Starts it well out to the right, turns it over, hoping for a good bounce. He gets it, and it funnels back to just a few feet from the hole. All 4 hole locations on the par 5s today have been very accessible. This his approach moments ago at the 13th hole from 206 yards. Experience here. He knows he doesn't have to go to the flag. Using the contours of the green to funnel the ball back toward the hole. And then Ernie Els goes on to make this. He is 4 under par today. Could this be? Now the 14th tee.
Els on the tee. I'm going to try to shape this right to left.
Yes.
Well, spot of trouble. 14th with an accessible hole location today. It's ironic that in his great run home shooting 66, Sergio Garcia made bogey here. Otherwise, he'd only be a couple shots back. Let's go back to 13.
This was before Ernie Els' eagle attempt. KJ Choi just barely getting the ball started, and watch this. Bunk right in the hole for a birdie 4. So an eagle at 11, a birdie at 13. The second 9 is going to be exciting. If you can hit the shots, you can really save some strokes. Back to 12.
It's a lonely feeling back in that corner for Phil Mickelson. Not only did he hear the roar of Els' eagle at 13, he also heard the roar of the patrons reacting to the leaderboard. Good stroke. You bet.
Hey, Bobby.
And what timing, Lanny?
I think the game is on, Bobby.
No doubt. What timing? And Mickelson loves the 13th. And that deserves a second look. 12 has been the most difficult today, but not for Mickelson. A birdie. Just in the nick of time. You think he's pumped up? After 3/3 in succession, looking for that first major championship. To 13.
This was earlier off the tee. Bernhard Langer going with the driver. Been struggling to put this club in play. Unable to turn that over. And most likely a layup coming for Bernhard from that position. To 14.
KJ Choi. He's had a nice little run here. An unfortunate result. That's going to drift off into the second cut to the right side. Back to 13.
And we have to see what will happen here with Bernhard Langer. That doesn't look to be a layup club. And it wasn't. That will funnel toward the very back edge of the green. Will it stay on? A bold effort from Bernhard Langer. He will have a difficult eagle putt, but nonetheless he will have it. Now Paul Casey, the longest tee shot of the day, only 185 yards. Does he have the experience to know that he doesn't have to bring the water into play? Starts it a little bit left of the hole. And again, carrying the ball a little too far. It's been a tough day for Paul Casey. He seems to have been caught between clubs on several occasions. But safe. He still has a chance to make birdie. Let's go over to 14 and see what's happening with Ernie Els.
Now, Peter, this is what he faces. 253 yards away. He's in a portion of the crosswalk. Let's check in first at 13.
Trying to work the ball around the corner with a driver.
Shot.
Phil Mickelson.
Good, Chris.
Oh, wonderfully positioned. Wonderfully positioned. This is going to be some kind of shootout coming down the stretch.
Oh, goodness. On the hill above where Phil's drive landed. Els. A two-shot lead. Keeps it low. A little too far to the right, and that will drift into that second cut. Just about green high. And disappointed.
Billy, he shouldn't really be too disappointed from there. That's a heck of a play from where he was to get it anywhere up around the green.
All right, back to 13.
And Chris DeMarco electing to go with a fairway wood. Easier for him to turn the ball over to the left.
Shot.
Still has plenty of length to get it out there, and has a chance now to go for this green in 2. Over to 14.
KJ Choi, first player from Korea to win on the PGA Tour. Could you imagine if he won here from 179? He's in contention, 3 back. And this is going to come back down the slope. What an effort. 6 feet or so for birdie. And that would get him to -5, 17.
Davis Love, chance down the hill. Too bold. Has to be careful. It is so fast. Has to be careful. Earlier today, a ball that far past the cup would have rolled right off the green. Missed a chance. Back to 13.
Paul Casey electing to go with putter from the back swale. Needs to just barely get it up to the edge of the plateau and let it trundle on down to the hole. That's nicely judged from there. He put it past the hole, has an uphill birdie putt. And the golf we are witnessing now, the groans and the gasps from the first 9 have been replaced by the traditional Sunday roars. We are seeing some shot making. And any one of a handful of players could still win this tournament. To 17.
And Fred Couples, Sergio Garcia already in the clubhouse, 3 under par. This to go to 4 under. Might have learned a little bit from Davis Love's putt. So slippery from above the cup here today. The 92 champion, Freddie, won in Houston last year, first win in 5 years. He won the Memorial 5 years previously. Has to settle for par, stays 3 under, 4 behind Ernie Els, couple behind Mickelson. Needed the birdie there. Good run on the second 9. Back to 13.
A treacherous eagle putt for Bernhard Langer. Last time a winner in 1993 of the Masters on Easter Sunday. He got that one out well to the right. And as he got it farther out, it picked up more speed, so he'll have a good 15 feet left, albeit from below the hole, for his birdie. To 14.
Els, after taking a walk up to the green, disappointed in his drive, pleased with his second shot, trying to salvage par. This has a nice line, as the screen will slope right to left and the ball will trickle back down. Settles, and then he will have an opportunity to save par.
Moment ago, Padraig Harrington at the 16th. This is a 7-iron. We will allow you to enjoy all of this. They are dancing in the pubs of Dublin. Harrington with an ace. First here since 1996. He will enjoy the stroll. Winner of the par 3 contest on Wednesday. Let's go to 14.
Els to maintain his 2-shot advantage. And does. That is a wonderful 4. Served notice in his very first Masters 10 years ago that he would be a factor here in Augusta. In 1994, he finished tied for 8th. Let's go to 13.
This was earlier. And the bold Second shot from the pine straw for Bernhard Langer does not pay off. Now, live. And that was a stroke that got just a little bit quick, and I think the frustration has set in for young Mr. Casey. This is a great learning experience. In fact, the only players on the first page of the leaderboard who are over par were the overnight leaders. A couple of disappointing par fives at the 13th hole for Casey and Langer. Now, the final pairing. Chris DiMarco, 216 yards, ball above his feet. Will have to give a little bit out to the right for the trees. Turns it over. Will that stop? That's the problem when you have to try and hook a shot into this hole location now with the new contours of the green. It's going to release. And now, Lanny Wadkins, it's time for Phil Mickelson to step up. We've seen him in all kinds of situations, but this clearly coming into today was his best opportunity for a major championship.
No question, Peter, and right now this needs to be a very solid shot. I would take this straight to flags. If he's got a short enough club in his hand, let's get after it.
From 193 yards. Again, a more mature Phil Mickelson. He says the 13th hole is his favorite hole here at Augusta National. He will have 20 feet for eagle. And let's go forward to someone else who's hot on this golf course at 14.
KJ Choi for the moment to join Mickelson at 5 under par. And Choi 4 under through his last 4 holes after holding out for eagle at the 11th. Ahead to 15.
And on the tee, vital to keep it right of those trees down on the left. Squeeze it into the fairway. Leaning off it like he came off it to the right. Oh, and that is no use. Oh! A little kick back toward the fairway to wait and see. Possible he might have a chance there. And from above the 15th hole, Firethorn, 500 yards of par 5. Got to keep it down the middle. Try and squeeze it into that wasp's waist. Somewhere in there on the downslope, and from there they'll look down the hill over the little pond and the flag today in the back right. Very, very reachable. Whoever wins will likely make 4 here. Ernie Els, both hands on the wheel. Played the par 5s in 5 under so far. The 3 that and he'll have a look at it from there. Just in the second cut. That's not bad. And there's my pal, Padraig Harrington. A beautiful little ace at 16 and a toss into the patrons.
Well, the first ace here, Ross Somerville in 1934. Look in the middle of that list. Clive Clark, the only man to ever ace this hole and also broadcast it. He was a part of our CBS commentary team. To 13.
Where the final pairing of the day has arrived to the green. Chris DiMarco over the back edge. Phil Mickelson with about 20 feet for eagle. down the fall line of the green. And there you go. We had no eagles yesterday, but we had a bunch on Friday and some today. 7 eagles. Now Chris DiMarco going with the putter. Ooh, did he hit it firmly enough to get it over the ledge? Oh my word. What a brilliant effort. That ball came within 1/4 of an inch of stopping on the upper level. And watch Phil Mickelson watch Chris DiMarco's putt. That's when he saw it was going to release and trundle down toward the hole. Sometimes gravity can be painful. Sometimes gravity can be fun. Now for Phil Mickelson. You know, we've heard all the changes, the maturity, putting the ball in the fairway, improved short game. We've heard everything about why he's playing better. Sometimes it gets to a point in a tournament where it's all about your heart. Your will, your determination to get the ball in the hole. This putt to tie Ernie Els at -7 for the lead. A well-struck putt, just not quite enough borrow. Watch this ball as it approaches the cup. It's just going to turn ever so slightly. I think he got it started on the line he wanted. Just perhaps not expecting it to turn that quickly. Now Chris DiMarco for birdie 4. Wow. Wow. That only counts as a 1 putt, but that was a brilliant 2 putt by Chris DiMarco. Don't count out that man. He has the grit and the determination that you want in a competitor. Now Phil Mickelson to get within 1. Birdie 4s at the 13th for the final pairing. Phil Mickelson makes his way across the bridge to the 14th hole. Let's go over to 15.
KJ Choi has already punched out and laid up Ernie Els with 189 yards from a decent lie in the second cut. And an open look at the flag. Something high, something soft, landing in about the first 10, 15 feet of the green. Well, flew it just a fraction too far. And it's not the toughest chip, but boy, he would have loved that one on the surface. Now for Mickelson at 14.
Back on the tee. 440-yard par 4. Patrons like it. Perfect. He's played the 14th at level this week. 15.
Choi now punched out of the right-hand trees and a little too far through the fairway. Ooh, that made it by the skin of its teeth. There is some action. There is some action down here in the hollow. It's been coming fast and furious. The roars from all over the golf course, from over at 13. From the 16th hole. This is earlier at 14.
Bernhard Langer from 152. And that's the perfect place to put the ball on this green. It's getting better and better and better and great. And this for birdie. Langer's 5 under. Well, you heard the roar earlier. And here's where it came from.
What's it been? 10 minutes since you've seen a hole-in-one? Want to see another? Kurt Triplett. Nothing to it. Sunday at the Masters. It's an easy stroll. It's still there. David, I think Ernie Els heard the roar, did he not?
Oh, yeah, he heard it all right. He saw it. You're a part of it down here, no matter which hole you're on. But not among all the mayhem. I mean, not too tough a shot. He's going to play a little bump and check here, throw it into the slope in front of him, hope to kill it, let it dribble onto the green. It's a little bit uphill from him to the hole, so a real chance here. Beautiful. Beautiful. He's got the green jacket by the collar. But Mickelson and Langer and Choi, he's got to keep a hold of it. And what a beautiful shot. Absolutely perfectly played. Just stunned it into the slope. And perfect pace. Absolutely magnificent. Under the circumstances, just about as good a shot as you can hit. Eight under par. He leads by 2.
At 18, Fred Couples. This was earlier, this for par. Made a little run at it. And had that putt dropped at 16, who knows?
He was right there, Jimmy, really was. He and Davis both had their chances today and just never quite got it done.
Both shoot 70 and are in at 2 under. What an electrifying day this has been. My goodness, Choi, hole-in shots, aces galore. Let's go back out now to 14.
And Mickelson from 148. Oh, no! By less than an inch. We have had some stretch. Brilliant shot after brilliant shot. The second 9 Sunday in Augusta. And somewhere Bobby Jones is smiling. Another look. Talking to it. Mickelson's not done, despite the great play from Els. So close, a whisper away from eagle. And in many ways, this has been such a personal, very intimate kind of Masters. It was personal for a lot of us on Friday. We said goodbye to Arnold Palmer, and it certainly feels personal today for the patrons at Augusta National as they watch Phil Mickelson after seeing him fall just short so many times. Will this finally be the year? And that'll help relax him a little bit for the final run. Ahead to the 15th.
And Choi up the hill. And he had to settle for 5. Now back down the fairway, or rather he wishes it were the fairway. Langer in tree trouble. KJ Choi tapped in for his par. Didn't get the contact he wanted. One hung up in the second cut. He has a look at the flag, but he wanted that one out in the short stuff. And the 15th hole just there for the taking today. Langer will be very frustrated if he doesn't make 4 here as we go back to 14.
Mickelson, 3 consecutive birdies.
Well, as David Feherty said, we're down here in the hollow, and the noise reverberates in this gorgeous piece of real estate. So Ernie Els had a bit of a wait while Frederick Jakobsen completed play at 16. He knows something is going on with Phil Mickelson. Now Els on the tee at 16. Seven iron. Try to bring it right to left. That's going to be a bit too hard, and it will stay up on the ridge. He's going to have a treacherous downhill putt. Ernie Els, disappointment etched in his face. Here's KJ Choi. This is a 7-iron. Eagle at the 11th with a 5-iron. It seems redundant to say this hole is accessible after back-to-back aces. And KJ Choi, it'll gather. And the patrons are going to be disappointed when it does not go in. Well, 10 minutes apart. First, Padraig Harrington. That's a 7-iron. Uses the slope. In the hole. And in the next group, Stuart Sink, 6-iron. I beg your pardon, Kirk Triplett. Extraordinary. In the first 67 years of this tournament, there were 7 holes in one. Today we had 2 10 minutes apart. And as Ernie Els makes this long walk, of course, that's not on his mind. Let's go to 15.
And huge galleries here, gathering all around the 15th fairway. A look back at the tee. Fairway wide open in front. Mickelson tried to hit a draw down here yesterday to squeeze it into the neck, get a look at it. He missed the fairway to the left. He needs to hit one now. Trying to draw it again. And he has put it in a very similar place, that is behind the pines. It's not the tee shot he needed. Earlier in the group ahead, Bernhard Langer. Now this is third shot from the second cut. From 235 yards, this is probably his last hurrah. Realistic chance at, well, the Ryder Cup captain for Europe. A gallant try here at 46, but his hopes for a third green jacket perish at the 15th.
Yeah, Ernie Els at 16. Lanny, we saw this almost this identical putt with Davis Love a few pairings back.
And Vern, we saw how fast it was, and if ever Ernie needed a 2-putt, it's now. He's made some wonderful putts, 3 of the last 4 holes to save par, make eagle. This will require all his skills to get this thing down in 2.
Oh, he likes it.
Just no chance, Vern.
No. I think he thought it was going to come right another inch.
You can't just anticipate it's going to pick up that much speed, though, Vern. I don't care unless you've just watched somebody do it right in front of you. You just can't appreciate the speed of it.
I'm thinking back a couple of years ago when Phil Mickelson on Sunday left it up on the ridge here. Wound up finishing 3rd. Now KJ Choi is next. Well, if he can get this in, he's 2 back.
With a lot of golf to be played, Vern. Mickelson in trouble at 15. Choi does not know that. And the interesting thing is Ernie Els does not know that.
Yes, indeed. KJ Choi. At the age of 33, second Masters appearance, and look at the back nine, the highlight of which obviously was the eagle with the 5-iron at the 11th. Here is KJ Choi. 2 back for the moment. And now it's on the shoulders of Ernie Els.
And Vern, Ernie has to take it for granted right now that Mickelson has put it in 15 fairway. He has to think in his mind, Phil is going to make 4 at 15. To him, this is an absolute must.
Absolutely perfect. Had to have the 2-putt from 45 feet, got it, and he goes to 17 at 8 under par. Ernie Els, nickname the Big Easy. Well done, lad. My goodness. Kind of fun. Let's go back to 15.
Well, Mickelson has a wait here as Langer finishes up. Langer and Casey, but you can see he's kind of locked up here. It's a punch out. Hammering it down the fairway. Bernhard Langer did make double bogey. Probably some 80 or 90 yards. Left for Phil Mickelson. Must get it up and down. This is the 17th tee.
17th tee. Past the Eisenhower tree on the left-hand side, uphill, 30-yard wide fairway, only 425 yards, the shortest. Par 4 on the second 9. And that efficient swing of Choi's works beautifully. I wonder whether Choi is inspired by the success of South Korean ladies on the LPGA Tour, or they're inspired by his performance on the PGA Tour. But beautiful play. Choi, who shot 30 on the first 9 in round 2, has a chance to do the same on the second 9. He went 30-40 in round 2. Now Ernie. Fairway is just 30 yards wide. A few years ago, it was 60 yards wide. Trees on the right. Can be a problem. Hooked his tee shot yesterday, close to the 7th green. A quick reach for the tee. All indication that he has bombed it down the middle. Huge drive. Perfectly positioned. Have a look from overhead at 17. Nandina, 425. Uphill from the tee, past the Eisenhower tree. President Eisenhower hit it so many times. He campaigned to have the tree knocked down. His request refused. And then a very difficult putting surface. Not a long second shot, but it's a tricky surface. You have to get in position to have a makeable putt. Slippery putting surface. Ernie Els looking very cool. That par putt at 16, so important. Phil Mickelson, he's made a move. Needs another birdie to tie Ernie. Nick Price, nice 70 today. Quietly, 2 under par. Steve Flesch, 67 in the second round, 69 today. Harrington somehow is even and even. 74 the first 2 rounds. Did well just to make the cut. Let's go to 18. Alex Cejka, 1 over today. Had a horrible finish yesterday. Ola Tharbel, twice a champion, was going well for 2 rounds. 3 over par for today's round. Eduardo Ramiro lost a playoff to Harrington in the par 3 contest. Spoonman and Riley a little further down the list. Back to 15.
Well, Mickelson in the center of the fairway with 75 yards. Coming off the downslope. And we know he can play this one. As firm as the greens are, looking like they're going to get a fairly good first bounce and skid. And toss it in, medium low, nice first bounce, and just tug it to a halt. It's on a good line. Oh. The first bounce just a little too big. A little bit overplayed. He'll have a left or righter, some 12 or 13 feet. A lot of golf left to be played here. The next hole, the 16th, the par 3. Clearly at least birdieable. And the tournament champion has played in the final pairing for the last 13 years. The champion has come from the final group. Faldo is in 3rd place after 54 holes. He won in 90. The last person not to come from the final group. And Mickelson, as always, enjoying himself. He's under the whip. Needs to make this one. Well, right now, between Phil Mickelson and Ernie Els, Els has already played 16. And in the middle of 17 fairway there. Mickelson with a chance here at 15 and another one at 16. So it's kind of even money. We'll go to 17.
KJ Choi first to play, 139 yards to the cup for him. 2 behind Els, 1 behind Mickelson. The hole cut just about 10 feet from the right edge of the green. And that is safe. It's going to be a downhill putt. No chance of running off the front right corner. That's what the players are very aware of. And Els crushed his tee shot. 115 yards to go, so about 310 on the tee shot, and that was uphill. Monster drive. It's making this that much easier. It was a huge drive at number 8 that set up the eagle. Perfect tee shot at 13 set up another eagle. Ricky Roberts, long-time caddy for Els. I know what the distance is now. What's the line? Is it a couple of yards left of the cup? First of all to the 15th.
Down the hill, just outside the left. Must go in. No. Wanders away, just an awkward distance. To 17.
It's a dozen yards over the sand to be level with the cup. 115, that is very safe. Slightly uphill, left to right putt, safe. He knew to the right could be a danger. Just a one-shot lead. Hit some wonderful shots over the last 10 holes. At 15.
And Chris DeMarco now, this for birdie. Has to go 5 under. Just pushed it. Just pushed it. +2 today Disappointing. Played so well around this golf course over the years. Really felt he might have a shot this afternoon. But it's come down to these two men, Els and Mickelson with a little work to be done here. About 3 feet inside the hole on the right. Smooth. Okay, a decent tee shot at 16. Let the ball gather. Who knows? And they're pouring out of the bleachers to assume a position up toward the 16th green, further up the 17th fairway. Huge crowds as usual. Festival of golf patrons gathering here every year. And the atmosphere has been fantastic this afternoon. Just electric from the turn.
Over to 17 and KJ Choi, 2 behind. Birdie opportunity. Not only are there birdie opportunities at 17, the 18th, the most difficult hole on the course for the first 3 rounds. A lot can happen. Birdies here, bogeys at 18. So Choi, who worked very hard just to get to the PGA Tour, twice through the qualifying tournament. Is to move to 7 under. Very slippery around the cup. Slow down. So he'll take his time. We'll go back to 16.
All right, Peter. Phil Mickelson with an 8-iron at the par 3. He's played 69 holes this week. He has 1 double bogey. It happened here on Thursday. Needs to take the ridge. It will. And Phil Mickelson will have 18 to 20 feet for birdie at the 16th. Back to 17.
And O'Neill's opportunity for birdie. Should break a little bit left to right. Don't get it low of the line, it'll run on past. So a safe par. I might afterwards say a little too safe on the approach shot from 115. Might have wanted a more realistic birdie opportunity. He stays at 8 under, 1 ahead of Phil Mickelson. Back to 16.
Well, Bernhard Langer, who has won twice here after that double bogey, comes back with a birdie at the 16th. And he is at 4 under. And let's welcome Phil Mickelson to the 16th green. That welcome also for Chris DeMarco. who has battled valiantly today. He's 4 back. KJ Choi did make his par, 1 hole apart. Mickelson, let's call it 20 feet for birdie and a share of the lead. It's going to be a putt remarkably similar to the one that Freddie Couples had about an hour ago. But first, Chris DeMarco. DeMarco had that double bogey back at the 6th. What must be racing through his mind? And his. But for Chris, realistically, no green jacket this year. For Phil, very realistic possibilities for his first. And we'll go to 18.
KJ Choi.
In all probability, Jim really has to birdie this hole. And he a mistake by someone else, most notably Mr. Els. That's a good start. And when he makes birdies and eagles, he makes them fast and furious, doesn't he?
How about the Eagles in this group today? 2 by Ernie. The conventional way, if you will, on par 5s. And the 1 by Choi on the par 4 11th.
You know, a big tough shot for Ernie. Does not work the ball left or right really that well. 300 yards to the bunker on the left. He can reach that bunker. Tees are up slightly today. Going with drivers, setting up at the bunker. They hit a cut.
Kept an eye on it.
Easy. Just did not work it. He is in the second bunker, the far bunker. He had to be in one. That's probably the best one. He's close enough to the green. He's only going to have a short club in his hand. A lot depends on that lie.
16.
Al Mickelson, of course, totally unaware of what's happened in front of him. He has this for birdie and a share of the lead. He's tied for the lead at Augusta with 2 holes to play. I'm sure that the sound echoed through the trees and reached the ears of Ernie Els. Look at the back 9. Birdies at 12, 13, 14, and 16. Chris DeMarco for his par. Phil Mickelson is participating in his 47th major championship. The first was the U.S. Open in 1990. He has finished 3rd here each of the last 3 years. Might this be the month? He's left himself with a chance. Phil Mickelson, Ernie Els tied at 8 under. Absolutely. Well, what a day, huh? Mickelson and Els, a 2-shot lead over KJ Choi. Bernhard Langer, Chris DeMarco, 4 back. Sergio Garcia, a brilliant round of 66. Paul Casey is also at 3 under. Let's go to 17.
And another fairway that needs to be hit for control on the second shot. 22 PGA Tour wins for Phil Mickelson, but he wants this major. 4 birdies in 5 holes. Ernie Els had 2 eagles in a 5-hole stretch. KJ Choi, the hole out at number 11. Remarkable last couple of hours. Yesterday it was a very smooth swing. Found the middle of the fairway. Started down the right, looked as if it was fading a fraction. And not quite as long as some of the other players, but it is in the middle of the fairway. Beautiful. And let's go over best finishes in major championships. Twice second in the United States Open and a second at the PGA Championship. Third place, PGA Championship, 3 times in succession at the Masters, also 1996 at Augusta National. He's been close. He wants the win. Let's go to 18.
And I guarantee you, Ernie Els was able to figure out that roar. When they posted it on the scoreboard here at 18, I tell you, this place just shook for about a minute. And I think he felt it.
Even if he doesn't know for sure, Jim, he would assume that, and he would. It might change the way he's going to play this next shot. He may get a little more aggressive, and it really depends on his line. First, we've got KJ Choi, 159. Flag stick just 9 on, 3 from the left edge. Not much room. Well out to the right, and boy, that hit firm, but it's going to come back down on the same level with the flagstick.
And he'll have a look at birdie.
About 25 feet.
He knows he must get a birdie bogey swing right here in his own pairing to have a chance. And then see what happens to Mickelson.
A little down, isn't it? Yeah, a bit of help.
Ernie Els has a very clean looking lie. Looks like he's far enough back in the bunker. The lip shouldn't be a problem. He only has 138 to the flagstick, which means he's probably not hitting any more than 8 iron, maybe even 9 up this hill. What wind there is helping slightly. A lot of times the decision whether to hit the flagstick or just a little right depends on how comfortable you feel when you get over the shot and what the lie looks like to you. Sound like a good strike.
Ask for it to get up. It's going to be enough.
It's going to be real good. Here it comes back down the slope.
As a young man back in South Africa, he was once awarded a green jacket. Goes to the South African junior athletes who are set apart from the others as ones with a bright future. And look at this, clean as it gets. He couldn't look at it.
He couldn't see it, but he hit it right at the target he was aiming at. He picked up something up high in the sky behind the green, a tower or a tree, and that was what he aimed at.
Well, he did all he could do, and then he just could only turn away. So uphill, knew it was about right. The Springbok Blazer he was awarded. Goes to the country's best athletes. It's a green jacket. He got it as a youngster, but this is the one he wants right here in Augusta. The tournament he would watch in the middle of the night as a young boy with his father. His first memory of this event was watching Gary Player win in '78. Ernie was only 8 years old at that time. Always felt there was a mystical quality to this event.
was so enchanted by watching the coverage in the middle of the night. I said I'd watch the Open Championship in broad daylight, but there was something about the Masters that made an indelible impression on me. And here he is, sharing the lead with a birdie look at the 18th. Couldn't help but think about Sandy Lyle, who was in that back bunker in '88, dueling with Mark Calcavecchia, brought it back off the slope. He would hold that and become the first player to win the Masters since Arnold Palmer in 1960 by birdieing the 72nd hole. This is Ernie's version of it today.
Just a little wide right. Still a very fine shot. Up here on the green, Jim, I thought maybe KJ was away from our angle, but it looks like Ernie's putting first. He would love to have seen KJ's putt roll down to the hole first. These men that buried the 72nd hole to win. A daunting challenge. His putt just uphill at the very end and will work from his right to his left.
He is going to tap this in for 67. Posting 280. Meritorious of a standing ovation. With 2 eagles.
And some marvelous gutty par saves, too.
And now to the man who seems to be relishing the moment. 17.
Mickelson, 135 yards. Had a long wait. Both Casey and Langer 3-putted this green in front of him. He had to wait. Stop now. Safe, but slippery from there. No automatic 2-putt from there. It was a great line. Just that much too long. Fired up, little adrenaline. Now tied with Ernie to 18.
Yeah, definitely pumped up. You could see it. That's about 3 feet from being just perfect off the slope. KJ Choi. His hopes for winning were extinguished a moment ago when Els tapped in. How about this? He ties the Augusta front 9 record on Friday with 30. Set by Johnny Miller, later matched by Greg Norman. And now today he shoots 31 on the second 9. Ernie Els with the 2 eagles, but the standout par saves at 9, 11, 14, and 16. And that putt for Mickelson over at 17, Lanny, is easily in 3-putt range.
He's going to need to control his emotions and his adrenaline right now and really work on the speed of this putt.
All right, Usti.
Big welcome for Phil Mickelson at 17. They've been watching the leaderboard at 17. They hear the roar, then they wait for the numbers to change. Big roars for the eagles for Ernie, for the birdies for Phil Mickelson. And this is a slippery one. Played the right line, maybe 10, 12 feet left of the pin. Danger if you go to the right, but too long. Just gradually downhill. Played this whole par, birdie, par, first 3 rounds. And that at the 17th leaderboard, Ernie Els 8 under finished. So Mickelson didn't hear any groans from 18. He heard some very respectful applause, so I think he was already guessing Ernie had finished at 8. Confirmation on that leaderboard. 47th career major championship that he's played in. 8 top 3 finishes, 4 of them at Augusta National. And the concentration has been tremendous. Came up some distance off the tee, knew he needed to find the fairway. It just touches it downhill. Downhill, what a putt. Beautiful touch. Beautiful touch. Realistically, it was a 2-putt. If it went in, it would have been a huge bonus. He knew what he faced after the second shot. He knew he was above the cup. He'll mark. He'll wait for Chris DiMarco. Ernie Els is watching. In the scoring position. There's a checking on Phil Mickelson. He knows even if he passed 17, Ernie knows that Phil has to hit a good straight tee shot on 18. It's a daunting tee shot now that that hole is being lengthened. Back to the 17th green, DiMarco. He's in 4th place alone. We've been paying so much attention to Mickelson, Els, Choi, Garcia's great play. Let's go down to Peter Kostis.
Yeah, with Ernie Els, and Ernie, you made a bogey at 5 to drop to 2 under par, and then you come back with a brilliant 6 under in the last 12 holes. What kind of a conversation did you have with yourself after the 5th?
Well, you know, I did the same as I've done the first 3 days, you know, make a birdie and then make a bogey, you know, and after bogeying 5, you know, I just thought, you know, you just got to keep going, you know, just try and hit some shots on the greens and start making some putts, and I hit some really good shots to finish the front 9, and then I played the back 9 as good as I've ever played it, you know, but you know, it was fun, but it was very intense.
And it's not over yet. I'll let you go and get ready for what may come. Thank you, Ernie. To 17.
Chris DiMarco has holed out for par. Mickelson just a few inches to stay at 8 under, tied with Ernie Els. Every hole's a challenge. 218.
Well, Lanny, here we are. Holly, the 18th, and birdie to win.
And the tees are up a little bit today, so the bunkers are really in play from the back of the tees. 300 yards to those bunkers. Definitely in reach for Phil Mickelson. There is no wind to affect his tee shot from right here, 160 or so to the center of the green. The pin today cut 9 on the front left, 3 from the left edge, and only 3 over the false front. Wow.
Boy, things can change so quickly here. He's stepping to this 18th tee with tremendous support. He was 3 down as he walked across the Hogan Bridge at the 12th, having hit it in there close. During that time, before he stroked his birdie putt, Els made the eagle try up at 13 to make the margin 3. Now you hear the roar here. That was for them posting Mickelson's car at 17.
Huge decision coming up here, Jim. Driver 3-wood, bunker in play or not, rip it and go for the whole thing. Looks like he's going with 3-wood.
You like the play?
I like the play. I think as good as he's been playing, as high as he hits his irons with the backstop right behind the hole, get it in the fairway first. Miss this fairway, you can kiss it goodbye.
How does this set up for him, this shot?
He needs to take it right at the far bunker would be where he'd like to go. perfect. Absolutely perfect. Took those bunkers out of play off the tee. That is a smart play. One I'm not sure we would have seen earlier in his career.
DeMarco.
One with driver. Chris can work the ball from left to right, so he'll try and take it right at those bunkers and hit a hard fade.
Wow, it comes right around the corner there by that Magnolia. Phil Mickelson. 4 under on the second 9 to catch Ernie Els. And that placement for we saw O'Meara back in '98 is a very strong possibility. We'll see Mickelson in that neighborhood. And everyone who's been here as many years as Phil has knows that putt. You know, the thing I've noticed the last 2 days, Lanny, is the joy that you just see all across his face. It's not a face of pressure.
No, he's having fun, Jim. And of course, it's a lot more fun when you're playing from the fairway, too. He's played from the trees so many times the last few years that it's nice to be in the fairway, and it's almost a relief.
Seems to be savoring the moment, as if he knows the outcome. He has set the perfect stage, though.
I don't think there's any question he's enjoying it. I mean, this is what you play all these years for, is to be in this position. You want golf to be pressure, because that's when it's fun.
Let's face it, though, there are a lot of players who, in this position, walking up the 72nd with as much scrutiny as come his way, would not be giving you that look right now.
Now, he's having fun, but he's also looking at his caddy, smiling and saying, you know, this is pretty cool. You look around and the patrons are 12, 15 deep. I mean, to see this scene and be a part of this kind of history, wow. It's a neat, neat feeling. But now he's got to get his mind back on what he has to do.
Up ahead, this is Paul Casey for birdie. We've seen a number of those, kind of just shy.
Pretty impressive Masters debut for Paul Casey. Today it's been quite a tournament for Paul Casey and Casey Wittenberg, the amateur who finished with 31 on the second 9, the best second 9 score by an amateur in Augusta history.
Well, some tournament finishing even par for the tournament. What a score.
Tied for 13th, which is the best showing since Charlie Coe finished 9th back in 1962 as an amateur. And now Bernhard Langer. This is for par. His hopes washed away over at 15.
Phil's back there trying to visualize the shot.
Final round 72. Ties Sergio for 5th. Remember yesterday? You kind of sensed what was going to happen. Showed some clairvoyance with this shot yesterday, Lanny, before he fired it.
He was trying to turn it over into a back right flagstick and really should have been just trying to put it up there pin high and take your 15-footer. Got a little greedy there. And this shot right here, uphill, 162. His natural shot is left to right. This goes against it. He has to be very careful here. Club selection, really determines what kind of shot he's going to play.
Of course, he made par yesterday. Last major in golf, Sean McKeel knocked it 2 inches to 72nd to win.
He's set up straight at the flagstick.
Oh, look at this. He's going to have the Sandy Lyle putt.
Didn't come back quite as far, but what a swing by Phil Mickelson.
He threw it right at the flag.
He can launch it as high as anyone, and, you know, why not use it right there? And he did.
Look at Ernie. I think it was either let's eat an apple or take a nap. He's never too unnerved.
He knows as soon as he struck that ball, it was good. You can tell when it comes off the club face when it's that solid.
Still talks about the love he felt at Bethpage 2002 Open. This is an all-new level waiting for him here. He has that putt for 31 and a win. Grew up outside of San Diego with a little putting green in his backyard. As DeMarco unable to dislodge it from the bunker. This could actually end up giving Phil a little read here.
This could be unbelievable. His ball is right behind Phil's coin.
I'm talking just by a matter of inches.
You talk about a break. Wow. Phil is going to get an absolutely perfect read off DeMarco's putt. The first thing about this putt, he doesn't have to worry about the speed because it's back uphill at the very end. Just, he needs to
look at Bonesy.
I think he walked by and told DeMarco, thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. Bonesy had a smile on his face, his caddy. I mean, he's already moved his coin over. It's the exact same line.
Phil ought to get right behind Chris, and as soon as Chris hits it, run over and take a look at the line as the ball's rolling. He's going to go from the other angle. He's coming over here on the short side of the green and watch it from the get-go. Putt is downhill at first. At the very end, it moves back uphill slightly, and it will work from the right to the left. The amount it breaks is dependent on the speed.
He steps in.
He was moving quickly.
Phil saw the end of that putt. DeMarco will finish. It's been one of the greatest days in Masters history, plain and simple. And now it comes down to one putt for the win. Again, grew up with a putting green in his backyard. You can't imagine how many times, like all champion golfers have done, he dreamt of making a putt to win a major. Ernie is not able to see it from up there on the putting green.
Phil reading this putt by himself, got the read from DeMarco. A lot of confidence, getting ready to hit it.
Is it his time? Wife, Amy. On Friday, we said goodbye to one of the most popular champions, if not the most popular champion the game has ever known. And it's hard to believe there's a more popular winner in any single one year than Phil Mickelson in 2004. Little Amanda. The father of three, who has been dogged by that question for years. Will you ever win a major?
Daddy won. Can you believe it?
It's a day of golf that doesn't get any better than this. Ernie Els throws 2 eagles at him, gets up and down from all kinds of places. Mickelson challenged. He's down. He comes back. He birdies the final hole to win the green jacket. His caddy, every tournament of his career. Jim Mackay celebrates with him. Watch his life change right here.
I think the only thing he had in practice today was that jump. Needed a little work, but that's great stuff. And man, did that thing hang in there and get just in the edge.
A pretty good jump, too. One year ago, came here 2 weeks after the birth of his third child. It wasn't an easy pregnancy. There's Ernie Els finding out. He made a run last year, did Phil, shot 68, but it wasn't until later in the year we find out all the things that he was going through back at home that Amy had gone through with their third child, their first son. It was a year without a win, and then in fact lost all 5 of his matches at the President's Cup, rededicated himself over the holidays. He's come back out. You could see it coming the first 3 months of the season. Top 10s every tournament but one. As fulfilling as it gets. Mickelson the winner, 38, first 9, second 9, 31.
It is some 9 holes. I mean, They set this up. They wanted excitement on the second 9. Augusta National did, and they got it. What a 9 holes by both Mickelson and Els and Choi. It just doesn't get any better than that.
When he first came to Augusta back in 1991, I had the great fortune of watching him play his first practice round. And a couple of days later, he had a practice round with my man Lanny Watkins. It was Watkins and Watson against Arnold Palmer and Phil Mickelson. He was an amateur back then, went on that week to be the low amateur. And, well, it's been 13 years, but he's going back to the Butler cabin. This time not to be honored as the low amateur, but as the winner of the green jacket. Lanny, you've been coming here for so long. How do you put in the words this tournament we saw unfold today?
Well, there's probably not a more deserving champion than Phil Mickelson. Ernie Els played spectacular golf, but this man has played quality golf for a long, long time. His 23rd career victory. Long has he been the most successful player without a major, and I just felt all along if there was a place he'd get his first major, it would be here. This course forced Phil Mickelson to play smart golf. He had to work it right to left off the tee, which is his weak shot, and he kept it in play time after time.
Now to have climbed this hurdle, what does it do for him now? What will we see from Phil Mickelson?
I really think we're going to see Phil Mickelson go ahead and win more majors. Once the monkey's off his back, which it is, he should go forward and take care of it. He has the talent to win many, many more.
Look at Chris DeMarco come over, his fellow competitor. Well, again, he walked up 18, just relishing this pressure. Had that look like he knew what was going to happen. He has dreamed it, and now he has achieved it. Phil Mickelson is the winner of the Masters.
Climax to an incredibly emotional week in this 2004 Masters. And the grand tradition of the Masters does continue. Phil Mickelson, now part of its rich history, so much to appreciate and assimilate in 4 days of another truly memorable Masters.
Thursday confirmed that you can pack a full month of April weather into a single Augusta day. Heavy rains, sunshine skies, rainbows to accentuate the staggering beauty of this golf paradise. The official blossoming of a Masters that brought deserved attention to the golden old and the alloy young. Masters careers yet to be forged. Amateurs Brandt Snedeker and Casey Wittenberg answering the amateur spirit of Bobby Jones. 23-year-old Snedeker waded through this tough test, serving to the weekend ahead of many of the tested veterans. And Wittenberg, just 19, the Oklahoma State freshman, the low amateur, didn't ace the test, but did eagle 11. How about that for an A-plus Masters memory for the youngest player in the field? And with the hope of the new, there was a wondrous reminder that Masters champions are ageless. 6-time champion Jack Nicklaus at 64, defying Father Time, with a reminder at 18 of his Golden Bear greatness. However, muted by his warning that this probably is his final growl at Augusta. 2-time champion Tom Watson carried the emotional weight of the death of his longtime friend and caddy Bruce Edwards. At 49, Edwards, the Arnold Palmer of caddies, lost his fight with Lou Gehrig's disease, ironically on the morning of the opening round. He knew it last year. It would be his last touch of the Masters. A weary Watson knew Friday's rich reception at 18 was the gallery paying tribute to the Edwards-Watson partnership. And there was 74-year-old Arnold Palmer reluctantly accepting Masters mortality. After 50 consecutive years, he gave us one final emotional chance to express how immensely important he has been, not only to this game, but to those of us who care and cheer. For a magical half-century, Arnie's generous personality and passion brought generations of fans inside the ropes. He smiles and gives thumbs up, and each of hundreds of fans in that direction feel a personal connection with the King. And proudly, he was connected to the entire history of this event, from the legendary to his Friday playing competitor. From Bob Jones to Bob Estes, and from Lord Byron to Tiger Woods. Yes, from champion royalty to the common man, he helped us. He allowed us to sincerely care about the game he loves. To Arnie, it was never about him, but we all knew better.
And in those giant footsteps, a new Masters champion has walked today, connecting with the King, and he took time to enjoy each step. And there could not have been a more popular, more deserving winner. Rejoice and relief. Phil Mickelson has his first major title. And with it, that, a champion smile. Congratulations, Phil Mickelson. And in his own words, can you believe it? Top 16 return next April to Augusta. Invited to play in the 2005 Masters, headed by the new champion, Phil Mickelson. And the 16 will include former champion Fred Couples. How about Kirk Triplett and Padraig Harrington? They ace their way back to the Masters next year. And Charles Howell III, an Augusta native. And how about Casey Wittenberg, the amateur? What a 4 days of play that he offered. It wanted to go in, and did. And finally, Phil Mickelson and his millions of fans are able to cheer this popular player. 4 emotional great days, and now the climax, the presentation in Butler Cabin of the Green Jacket.
Good evening. I'm Hootie Johnson, chairman of Augusta National Golf Club. We sure hope you enjoyed the Masters tournament. First, I want to thank our television viewers from all across America and around the world in 180 countries for their loyal support of the Masters tournament. We're very grateful. I'm here in historic Butler Cabin with my good friend Jim Nance.
Great to be with you, Hootie, on this special day.
Always, Jim. And in a few moments, we'll be joined by our 2004 champion, Phil Mickelson, and with him will be last year's champion, Mike Weir, who will present him with his green jacket. Also with them will be this year's low amateur, Casey Wittenberg. And Jim, I believe they're coming in now. Casey?
Yes, sir.
Happy for you, and congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson?
Phil.
Good to see you.
Happy for you.
Thank you.
Mike.
Jim?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Let's sit down here, men. And in a few moments, I know that Jim's got some questions for you.
Thank you, Hootie. I do indeed. It's been a most amazing day here. First off, we've got a pair of golfers who shot 31 on the second 9 today.
Did you do that too?
I'm going to begin with you, Casey Wittenberg. The 31 is an all-time record for an amateur on the second 9 at Augusta. How do you put into words what this week was like for you?
It was just an unbelievable experience to have my family here, just to have the privilege to even come to Augusta, even play in the tournament, and then to have my dad on the bag, where he could feel everything that I was feeling out there, as every move that I made. It was just a dream come true.
I don't know if you know this, but your finish is the best finish by an amateur at Augusta since 1962 and Charlie Coe. What do you think of that?
It's just been a storybook week for me. It's just been unbelievable. I just thank all the members and everybody that have helped out with the tournament. And yeah, I mean, it's just so much emotions going through me right now, and it's just been unbelievable.
We sure enjoyed watching you play, holding out at 10 for an eagle one day and playing with Tiger for a couple of days and beating him in the end here. And what's your future? Freshman at Oklahoma State, what are we going to see from you next?
Well, I'm going to go try and help my team out in winning conference, and then go see what I can do in the NCAA here.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Phil Mickelson.
This is the day you've longed for, and so many of your fans all across the country have longed for this day, and you know, you had this smile on your face all day long, particularly coming down the stretch. The emotions right now you're feeling.
I kept saying to myself all day that this is my day, that this was the day, and even when I heard Ernie Eagle on 13 and I heard the roar and knew what had happened, I had a putt on 12 to pull within. I was 3 back, pull within 2, and I just kept believing that something good was going to happen, that this was going to be it. And I cannot believe that I shot 31 to win by a shot. It's just it's an amazing feeling.
You're right about the timing. You're standing on 12 green, have not stroked the putt yet for birdie when Ernie makes his eagle, and you're 3 down for a time there. What did you do to bring it back just when it looked like you could be facing a very tough defeat?
Well, because he was ahead of me, what I was thinking was if I can make this putt at 12, then all I have to do is birdie 13, and I'm only a shot back with 5 to go. That was my thought process. And I was able to birdie 14 to pull even, except for Ernie birdied 15. So he had an amazing round. I just can't believe that I birdied 16 and birdied 18, the way that putt just hung on, fell in. Amazing day. Awesome.
How many times growing up did you practice a putt of that length in your backyard, dreaming it was to win the Masters?
Well, countless times, but I got to tell you, Jim, it felt totally different when it was for real.
What did it feel like?
Well, watching that ball go in, I just couldn't believe it hung on. I couldn't believe that ball fell in there. I look like an idiot, but I don't care.
Some major style points with that jump there, Phil. But you did get a little break with DeMarco's shot coming out of the bunker, and
it was as if we were President's Cup teammates. He just put it there 3 inches behind my ball, and it was because it was such a fast putt, he couldn't hit it very hard, and you were able to see the read. I got a very good read off of it and played it about 6 inches outside the right edge, and it held in there.
You know, Phil,
are you guys holding out on me? I want one of these. Are you holding out?
It's coming.
Let's get to the good stuff.
Right here, ready. For as many times as you've been asked the question about winning a major, and you've stood in there and answered that question time after time, how hard has it been to have that hanging over you for so long by so many people with so much scrutiny?
Well, I got to tell you, Jim, having it be such a tough quest, if you will, or tough struggle or journey to finally win, it feels that much better now that I finally have.
This family celebration at the end, put that in words.
Awesome. I just can't tell you how lucky a person I am to have such a great life partner in my wife, Amy, and to share everything with, and to have 3 wonderful kids who have been so supportive. And I'm just the luckiest guy in the world to have such a wonderful family, and then to have the year like 04 has been so far, and to win this great tournament. And Mr. Johnson, you will be seeing my mug here every year to the rest of my life, and I just can't look forward to the first week in April.
We are mighty happy with that.
And you know what? It's time for that green jacket. But wait no longer. Here you go.
Would you do the honor, please?
Well, Phil, I know you've been waiting for this a long time. It's my pleasure to put this on you.
Oh, does this feel nice?
Feels good.
This feels nice. Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
From one lefty to another.
Yeah. Congratulations, man.
Thanks, Mike.
How about that?
Casey, thank you. Great
Back-to-back lefty champions at Augusta. It has been just another incredible week here. One of the great ones today. Indelible memories here at Augusta. You have just seen the completion of a childhood dream. A young boy raised in San Diego with an appetite for winning that began at an early age. Always wanting to be just like Dad, being the mirror image of his father. That's why he played the game left-handed. We first saw him here at Augusta back in '91 as an amateur, and we've watched him from the boyish days to the glorious days of fatherhood. It's one of the great memories on the 72nd hole you'll ever see. Phil Mickelson jumps in the air as at long last he has his major championship. The Mickelson family celebrates as Phil Mickelson has won the Masters.
That sounds nice, Jim. I like the way you say that.